Never blamed anybody else for freaking problems. You know why? Because he's the one in charge. That's right, Rocket Guy. Not technically feasible for someone like me to achieve. There, you finish the sentence. It's gross, dude. It's gross. It's disgusting coming from NASA. That's disgusting. It's they'd be ashamed. They should be ashamed. You know what? I'm not usually one to take the virtuous path like that. They should be fucking ashamed. That's embarrassing. That's freaking embarrassing. Ugh. It's so gross. Ugh. Ugh. It's pathetic. That's pathetic. It hurts me. It really hurts me to see NASA like that. It really does. That I usually don't get that pissed off on stream, man. It hurts. It hurts seeing NASA like that. I don't like it. It really, really... It's really gut-wrenching, man. Yeah, I know, Dread. It's gross. NASA revoked their 2024 human landing to going back to the moon. They rescinded it. I'm not happy. That's... I'm gonna take 5, guys, okay? I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I didn't put music on. Where do we start? Where to begin? I guess I'll start with the good, fellas, and you guys talk to me. You guys tell me what's going on, or we'll talk about it. All right. So I guess we'll start with the good. Just get it over with and start with the crap. If I start talking about the negative stuff and that Hibbit, we'll be talking about it for the next 3 hours. That seems inevitable at this point, doesn't it? Start with a fine. Hey, I hope everybody's doing well. So we just listened to NASA give an update on the Artemis program. And this isn't the good news part. So we just listened to a press conference about an update about the Artemis II program. And I'm kind of still weighing it in my mind if it's good or bad. Now, what does that mean? So, long story short, landing people on the moon in 2024 is off the table. NASA rescinded the 2024 date and then promptly threw that date under the bus as being technically unfeasible. Now, NASA now is going to launch Artemis II, which is a crewed mission around the moon with no landing in 2024. And that could lead to a human landing in 2025 with a lunar starship. The cited reasons for this is, first and foremost, COVID. Secondly, supply chain issues because of that. Thirdly, some environmental damage to SLS's production facilities over the last year. And what else? I think that was everything. SN20 static fire is planned for tomorrow. Okay, cool. Oh yes, the litigation from Blue Origin. Thanks, Squall. I appreciate it. So that's what's going on. The good news. The good news from that was that NASA is reorganizing how they're going to implement the Artemis and SLS program. Right. And what does that mean? They're focusing on a more robust exploration systems development program. So this goes back to when Bill split Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate into two separate entities. Basically, NASA Human Spaceflight Operations and NASA Human Spaceflight Development. Human Spaceflight Operations, so commercial crew, the actual Artemis missions where people fly on them, that's headed by Kathy Leaders, who headed it before, and Jim Free, who was a NASA guy during Constellation, is heading Exploration Systems Development now. ESD basically allows NASA to rapidly prototype and come up with upgrades to the vehicle over time. So you have your regular operations when we get to that point of launching people into space, and then you have like upgrades at the same time. It's not a bad way to do things. That's how it was during Constellation. It's not a bad idea. That could lead to a much more sustainable Artemis program down the road, like much further down the road. The idea is that you have an SLS booster that's constantly flying people to the moon with operations, and you have NASA working on upgrades to said booster over time to be able to go further and further into space and prototyping out new ideas for said booster for uses over time. similar to an Apollo applications program. So down the road, that could be super useful. Now, I don't mind that, guys. I'm going to be 100% real with you. I don't mind that. Not a bad idea. In all honesty, it's not a bad idea. That's a good way to do things. NASA never should have split. They never should have merged exploration systems development and human exploration operations. They were merged when the SLS program was made as a way to save money. Which brings me to my next thing, and this is where we're starting to go into the bad news. That press conference was riddled with excuses. Riddled with them. Bill threw Jim under the bus, basically. 2 times. Yeah. Threw him under the bus. He said that 2024 wasn't technically feasible. It's not technically feasible then. It's not technically feasible now. You know, COVID is making that bad. You know, COVID's making it bad. You know, they never got the money that they needed for this, for that. Supply chain issues are, killing me right now. The litigation is a problem. This is all stuff I got to deal with. And you know what? The thing is that he's not wrong. Like, guys, I'll go ahead and say it. 2024 was a stretch. It was a stretch goal, obviously. The reason why I thought 2024 was always feasible and why I always pushed for it when Jim was there is because at the end of the day, fellas, it doesn't matter if you make it in 2024 or not. If you shoot for 2024 and you're a couple of months late and it falls to 2025, that's really not that big of a deal. You still got there faster than everybody else. All right? And before you say, EJ, that's ridiculous. That's what SpaceX does. Elon time, guys. NASA used to do that. Where do you think Elon learned it from? By kicking the can down the road and saying Artemis II is going to be in 2024, Artemis III might be in 2025, and we might have a lander ready, you're scaling to that deadline by rescinding the 2024 date. You're scaling to that deadline. And scaling to that deadline, you're just going to push the dates back because nothing is ever on time in the aerospace industry. Nothing. And that's not a reflection of the industry as a whole. This stuff is complicated. It takes time. There's always stuff you're never going to foresee, all right? So the best thing to do is boldly search or boldly set deadlines and try to scale to those deadlines. Even if you didn't make it, you're still further than everybody else. We choose to go to the moon in this decade. That was a bold deadline. Bill would have called Kennedy's approach technically not feasible. So when is it technically feasible? When is it? When is it technically feasible? You're in charge of NASA. You're the one that's supposed to figure this out. Hello? I didn't like that. I didn't like him. It's not a good look. It's not a good look hearing NASA play the blame game like that. You would have never heard Jim say anything like that. Ever. In fact, he praised Charlie Bolden. And he praised the previous administration. And that got him in trouble with a lot of people. He still did it. Because he did it out of principle. Even though he could have said something, he still didn't. It's not a good look hearing NASA make excuses like that. It's not a good look. It's gross. It's gross and I don't like it. And guys, I'm going to be honest with you. This is EJ's opinion now. People might disagree with me. That's fine. If you're going to make excuses now before you've even remotely started to commit to solid deadlines for the next 10 years, how do I know that you're not just going to make excuses then? How do we know? You're making excuses now before you even started. Yeah, Bauxy, it's gross. It's disgusting. That's not the reason. That's not the reason. That's not the reason at all. It's gross. I hate seeing NASA play those political games, man. That's infuriating. If you're an American, you should be pretty ashamed right now. That's pretty gross. It's not a good look. You think Jim would have said the exact same thing? No. Jim never made excuses, Hibbett. If somebody called him out on something, he explained why it wasn't technically feasible and why it wouldn't be a good idea. He got called out on putting Artemis I on Falcon Heavy. What did he do? He could have said, no, that's not a good idea. We can't do that. No, he said, look, if we put Artemis I on Falcon Heavy at this point, that puts us back in development mode. If we go back into development mode, we have to do the testing to see the feasibility of the project. If we do that, that's going to end up with an Artemis I mission being delayed even more than it already is. He was very straightforward and he told the truth. Remember how he talked about putting an ICPS and Orion on top of Falcon Heavy, and he talked about the technical feasibility of it? He was very open about it. Would you see that from this guy? No, not a chance. It's gross. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Well, Bram, that's good. I'm glad your mother's okay. That's awesome. That long road to recovery. Hey, keep fighting, right? Fight the good fight. ICBS was never studied under Jim. It was only Orion on top of Falcon Heavy with its upper stage, which required Orion with its ESM to augment TLI by nearly 1 kilometer a second. Fire Drake, that's not the freaking point. Now is not the time to argue semantics. That's not the point, all right? The point is that he was straightforward about saying what needed to be done to get that done and why the way that he chose was a better pathway. He explained the pros and the cons in a town hall nonetheless and said that, look, this is a decent idea. It's not a bad idea, but that will delay us already more than we already are. Do you want it? Do you want to see deadlines slip? If we want to stick to 2024, we need to do it this way, and promptly explain why. He didn't make excuses. He didn't throw anybody under the bus, and he didn't blame anybody else for the freaking shitty hand he was dealt. All right? It's bull crap. That really pissed me off, guys. I'm kind of ashamed. It's gross. I don't know, goalie. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to entertain that. I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that question. Yeah, and he maintained an unrealistic deadline, and now we are seeing the delays from said unrealistic deadline. Yeah, okay. No, that's dude. The same people that are saying that this 2024 is not technically feasible, you guys would have been saying that getting to the moon by 1970 is not technically feasible as well. It's gross. Don't you get it? It's just the excuses, man. I'm sick of hearing excuses. I'm sick of it from NASA. We're only 6 months in, and I've heard nothing but excuses. It's gross. I fucking can't stand it. Guys, look. The plan is solid. I don't mind what Bill wants to do, and I don't mind what NASA wants to do. It's not a bad idea. But the reality of that situation is, if you're going to make excuses now, you're going to make excuses later. And down the road, there's going to be nobody to blame but yourself. All right? You can't get around that. Blaming this guy, blaming COVID, blaming litigation, blaming this, blaming that. Like, how many people are you going to blame? How many things are you going to blame? I'm telling you, that's not a good look for NASA. It's not that I don't like the plan. The plan's a good idea. I think it's a great idea. But I told Brimo this. What you could have said was this. Look, we're going to shuffle some things around now. We need to shuffle around Orion because we need to increase the scope of what we want it to do to eventually get to Mars. We're going to shuffle that stuff around. Shuffling that stuff around, coupled with some challenges that we've had to overcome in current times, will shift our deadlines a little bit. We are serious about going back to the moon in the middle of this decade. We're serious about 2024, but 2024 might not happen because we're shuffling stuff around. Okay? If it's not 2024, it will be 2025. That's all you have to say. We're shuffling stuff around, and shuffling stuff around to make the program more sustainable in the long term is gonna move some deadlines to the right a little bit right now. That's it. Take ownership of that freaking problem and go. You don't need to blame anybody. Just say you're shifting things around. The fact that, it's this and this and this, that's not a good look. Can you imagine NASA making excuses and blaming people for why they haven't gone back to the moon? You know why I believed so much in 2024? You know why? I believed in 2024 not because it probably wasn't going to get done in 2024. I'm willing to admit that. That's fine. And it might be easier for me to say in hindsight. All right? It might be easier to say in hindsight, and that's fine. I liked 2024, and I like what Jim proposed because it was something. It was a datum in time that NASA could scale their deadlines to, okay? Even if that meant scaling up, all right? That's fine. It's leadership in NASA. That's why I liked it so much. That's why I like Jim so much, because he leads. Leaders don't make excuses. Leaders don't throw people under the bus, and they don't blame other people for their problems, all right? I take ownership of every mistake that I make on this stream. Every single one of them. I take ownership of that problem. If I make a mistake with the SSTO, I hold myself accountable and we fix the stupid thing and we get it working again. I killed Jeb in the space program. I did it. I took ownership of that problem, and even though I thought building SSTOs, even though that's what you guys wanted to vote for, I thought that was a stupid idea, I still carried it out in good faith. And we look at what we've been able to make. All right? Don't make excuses, man. Leaders don't make excuses. All right? It was just a goal, guys. It was a goal. It was something to set to. It was something to move towards, okay? And most importantly, it was something to garner public support for NASA. Because they set that goal, people said, NASA's going back. Look, NASA's back again. We're gonna start working on things again. We're gonna start developing what we need to get to the moon, and then go from there. It was capitalizing on the renewed interest in space, which is a good idea because SpaceX has done a lot of things to certainly help that. Don't you think? With NASA's help. Even if you didn't make it, you're still moving in the right direction, which is why I didn't get too upset when I heard Artemis I was delayed to 2022. Look, anything that you're running into now is just buttoning up some last-minute things. 1 to 2 month slip when the rocket is fully assembled inside of the VAB is not a big deal. That's not that big of a problem. That's a small thing. That should have been anticipated, all right? But you still shoot for 2021, all right? Because if you say it's 2022, you're going to scale to 2022 and it's going to get done in 2023. Elon Musk has talked about this left and right. You have to be aggressive and you have to scale to goals that are mildly unrealistic. This is how stuff gets done in the aerospace program. And before you say, okay, cite an example, the Apollo program is a very good example of that. Okay? The Apollo program is a great example of that. Gemini program before it. Because the Gemini program was scaling to the Apollo program. Mercury was scaling to Gemini, one building off the other. And one coming up with concrete deadlines to be able to, all based off of that to the moon in 1970 deadline. It gave NASA a clear and present path to the future. With now saying it might be 2024, it might be 2025. The uncertainty is just, we might not get enough funding for this. We might do this. We might do that. It doesn't speak. I don't, look. Guys, I like the plan. I think the plan's fine. I don't mind if we don't go back to the moon in 2024. I don't mind. But if you're admitting that you're not going to get back to it now in 2024, guess what? You're definitely not going to get there in 2025. They added an extra $3 billion to add other features to Orion. What are you adding? You have a prototype sitting on the pad right now. Why would you change its development pathway? Why would you do that right now? Look, at the end of the day, this plan is not a bad plan, but this plan does shift around a lot of things. That's why I can tell you that those deadlines are bupkis. They're stupid because you're shifting around too many things. And guess what, fellas? I talked about this when Jim was there too, and I said that Jim can't just shift things around. The context in which this conversation came up a couple of years ago was that why doesn't NASA just completely work on Starship? Because if you change too many things now while you've passed basically the critical design review, you're going to have to scale to that. So the further and further we get into SLS's development, if you don't freeze the development, you're going to get something like James Webb that's literally never going to fly, and they're just going to sit there and just keep introducing upgrades. That's bad. That's not a good idea. I was very critical of Jim not changing too many things. You know, and when they started talking about putting people on SLS Block 1, I was like, that's on Artemis 1, probably not a good idea. Don't do that. Don't change things too much. You're screwing with the development timelines. No, Kamir, they didn't bother saying. They said we're going to increase NASA's budget, or they said we're going to increase Orion budget by $3 billion, and then didn't specify anything. Look, guys, at the end of the day, NASA making excuses is a very bad look. That's not a good thing. That's not good. It's gross. It's disgusting. I hate to actually say this, but maybe because of new images of launch sites in China. What does China have to do with it? You know, inappropriate. I'll be honest with you. This is EJ's personal opinion now. The hell with China. What are you trying to do? China ain't gonna reach the moon in the next 5 years. They barely have a heavy lift rocket. You ain't getting to the moon with a heavy lift rocket, all right? If you do, you're gonna have to figure out such a comprehensive Earth orbit rendezvous capability that's 10 years out. 10 years out. There's no way. There's not a freaking chance. And before you say, well, EJ, you don't know, I keep in touch pretty well with the Chinese space program. They are working on Long March 9. They are working on super heavy launch vehicles. But guess what? China doesn't have some magic bullet to beat the engineering and development involved with building a super heavy launcher. They have the resources and they have the technical ability. Abso-freaking-lutely they do. We had that in the 60s. Still took us almost a decade to do it. The entirety of the U.S. focused their effort on going back to the moon from 1961 to 1969. It still took us 8 years. That's how I know. Great, China can throw money at this problem. There's only so much money you can throw at a space program before you're wasting cash. And that feeds into a much bigger argument that I say that space is not that expensive. It's really not. If you threw $1 trillion at NASA right now, like 90% of that money would get wasted on building NASA better sidewalks or something. I don't understand the China-U.S. space race. We're not rushing there to plant a flag and leave anymore. We did that 50 years ago. This is about a sustained presence in a base. And AJ, like, this is not a criticism of China's space program. China has the will to go to the moon. They want to. They want to prove. They got something to prove. Good on them for having a righteous goal. Good on them. I'm serious. But look, they're still a couple of years away. They ain't getting there in the next 5 years. No way. 10 years. Same with Russia. And that's not a knock on either one of those programs. They're just, we're ahead in development because we decided to build a super heavy launch vehicle. All right? Russia don't have no super heavy launch vehicle. They're scaling to it though, and so is China. But that's going to take time. If China is such a big deal, why are we pushing deadlines backwards? So that's what I mean. That's bull crap, dude. Is that really why you want to do this? Is that really the problem? Well, Space Race 2.0, like, is that really the issue here?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
John, that doesn't matter. That's an irrelevant point. No, Tessa, it's not that. This is more reminiscent of the space shuttle, I'll be honest with you. The space shuttle rolled out initially with very, very concise technical goals. Build the space shuttle, get it operational, develop rapid flights, build a space station. In the first 5 years of the shuttle's operation, build the space station. After you build the space station, work on interplanetary tugs. 10 years post-space shuttle program, we within the first 5 to 10 years of the space shuttle program, we return back to the surface of the moon. And then the space shuttle can work on prototyping out bigger vehicles and building them on orbit to be able to get to Mars. The first 10 years of the space shuttle program should have restored lunar capability. That was the sell. They never did it. You know why? Because they said, well, we're going to shift some things around and, we got to do this, we got to do that. We got to shift some things around here, So building the space station is probably going to happen in the late 80s instead. And then Challenger happened and said, we got to shift more things around because the shuttle isn't safe. So, we're going to freeze a design that's technically still in development because we decided to develop it during operational missions. So we're going to freeze the design and we'll put the space station project on the back burner. And then the Cold War ended and said, well, we don't really need to build a space station anymore. We're not in a race. It's not the Cold War anymore. We don't need to do that. How about we, build one with the Russians or something? International cooperation and stuff. Which, good idea. Don't mind that. Good idea. It's just compromise after freaking compromise after freaking compromise after freaking compromise after freaking compromise. This is compromise. They're going to shift around SLS stuff right now to hopefully make it more sustainable in the future. And in that, you're delaying deadlines. And you know what the suckiest part of this is? SpaceX hitched their wagon to SLS when they bid on the HLS. SpaceX ain't going to the moon without NASA now. Nope. That's not happening. It's net 2025. Oh, yeah. It's... Why can't Elon go first? You think Uncle Sam's going to let Elon go to the moon by himself? You think a government's going to let a corporation have a capability that they don't have? Do we honestly think that's going to happen? I'm not happy about this. NASA making excuses like that is not a good look. That's not a good look. That's not a good take. Reporters are going to have a field day with this. Eric is going to roast that guy. Eric's going to roast that guy. Joey's going to roast Christy Davenport. They are going to roast NASA. I guarantee you they're writing up articles right now. they are going... This is I'm telling you, this is going to have repercussions. I mean, dude, you could even tell by how they were talking. maybe, I don't know, yeah, maybe this, maybe that. You guys are running NASA. You're running NASA. You understand this, right? You're running, you. This is going to have repercussions, man. Yeah, but if they're not careful, what's to stop Elon from picking up sticks as a private corporation and setting up shop in a country that will go, sure, you can launch whatever you like, thank you for the money. You think that Uncle Sam's going to let SpaceX violate ITAR to base their corporation in another country, Tessa? Not a chance. SpaceX has to be here. They're bound by ITAR. That'll make that... Elon will go to jail. Savage, NASA rescinded the 2024 lunar landing. And they said maybe 2025. Maybe. Net 2025, which the literal translation to that is 2026 or 2027. That's disappointing. It's disappointing. I mean, look at how much the FAA is, and once again, this isn't a, like, you know what? That's not a good argument to make. The FAA isn't railroading SpaceX. All right, they're not. They're not. Once they figure that stuff out, if the PEA goes through, then SpaceX will basically go unabated. But who knows? Who knows what other stuff they're going to change, you know? The reason SpaceX was scaling because because they let them go lax on the environmental assessment. And that's why we saw so many rapid prototyping missions in 2019 and 2020. And then that changed. I don't, guys. I don't like it. I don't. The plan isn't bad. Like I'll go outright and say it. I don't think the plan is bad. I'm worried about being able to execute it. So, once again, the reason is because, like, and I'm just repeating myself at this point. The reason is because, look, you have this good plan, but you're already making excuses for said plan. You're already blaming other people. You're blaming this, you're blaming that, you're blaming COVID, you're blaming... Yeah, great, yeah, good. COVID affected everybody, all right? Like... When are we going to stop making excuses for the pandemic? Is the pandemic just going to be everybody's out for the next 10 years with aerospace stuff? Oh, we couldn't do it because we did supply chain issues. Like, nobody ever... We certainly didn't get to the moon by blaming other people for our problems. What happened? I just got here. NASA rescinded their 2024 lunar landing date, Staples. Net 2025 now. I contend to say at this time, the plan is bad due to issues with execution. This is not the time for implementing this plan when moving towards Phase E operations, with what should have been a frozen design. Agreed. I understand what they're trying to do, Rocket Guy. They're trying to make Artemis more like Constellation. I see it. I see the play. But I agree with you. I said this to Brimo as well. The ship, you're changing too many things. You're changing too many things now. What is this $3 billion scope creep for Orion? What's that about? Like, what are you going to change? How are you going to change stuff? You haven't even flown a friggin' capsule yet. You're right. Rocket Guy, like, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt here because I was worried when Jim left. I'm not going to lie to you. I was worried. And, I'm trying to remove my bias from that as much as I possibly can. I really like Jim, and it really sucked to see him go. The plan is that the plan is bad because it's 3 years out. If it was a year, it wouldn't have been that bad. Oh, don't scare me. I thought the FAA did something silly with Boca. I knew this was coming. Staples, this has repercussions. That's more than just NASA. SpaceX hitched their wagon to NASA by getting an HLS contract. You understand that NASA ain't going to let SpaceX to go to the moon without them. Now, so if NASA's moving their deadlines back and they're kicking the can down the road, SpaceX hitched their wagon to them. There's nothing they can do about that. They can just go? Okay. I never understood why Jim left, just that he can't work. Accepting him to move away with the new administration. He says he's not. He said he wouldn't be a good enough of a medium there, which is, that's a perfectly understandable thing, Foz. And he would have been replaced anyway. He would have been replaced. Let's be real. Come on. Just a reminder that SLS hasn't flown yet. Any major issues on Artemis 1, and you would say 2 years minimum. Yeah, Bauxy, and that's what Rocket Guy was trying to say. You're correct. You're correct. Yeah, I mean, I understand what they're trying to do, and that plan isn't necessarily bad, but it's saying, oh, we're going to change some things now to make things more optimized later. Okay, that's fine. I'll roll with that. Jim did the same thing by changing the Exploration Mission 1 and naming it the Artemis Program. He shifted some things around. They changed some things here and there, which is fine. I don't mind that. But this is like, guys, they like all upshifted SLS. Like, they restructured NASA to be more like it was in 2008, which is fine. I also don't mind that. But Rocket Guy, you know what? You put it pretty succinctly. The time to do that was 2018. Yeah, Nephodia. No concrete date, though. What is stopping Elon so he can't do NASA stuff? Why can't he go to the moon privately? NASA doesn't own the moon. Goalie, if Uncle Sam doesn't want him to go to the moon, he's not going to the moon. Like, there's no getting around that, guys. Just like if Uncle Sam says you can't launch Starship into space because we're worried about hurting a Civil War memorial at Boca Chica and the turtles and whatnot, they ain't gonna launch. Simple as that. Why would that stop Elon, though? Because it's against the law? I'm just reading the article about Michael Sheets. What's your take on NASA's statement about the protest lawsuit from Bezos saying they lost 7 months of work? Size up. I said when Blue Origin took NASA to court in the Court of Federal Claims, I told you that's, and you may not have been here. What I said was that's par for the course. Everyone tries to do this. You know how many times the Air Force has attempted to get sued because the Air Force awarded a contract to some other guy and the other guy got all bent out of shape? That happens all the time. It happens all the time. NASA, you should have anticipated this. Isn't he building floating pads? Could he launch in international waters? John, you still have a port of call. A ship in international waters is beholden to where it's registered. The problem is that Elon can't go register a ship in the Bahamas because his company uses proprietary technology that violates the international trafficking on arms regulations, guys. I'm telling you. Like, If he goes and registers SpaceX technology on a ship, that, especially stuff that was funded by Uncle Sam, they'll go after him. A little less tinfoil that SpaceX can afford to do it in the 2020s without NASA support. Starship won't be profitable for another 2 years, and no one will need the full capability for another couple years. 2030s if SpaceX does it without NASA support. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the spacesuits tape. Yeah, they also restructured the entire spacesuit program, which is... They basically restructured the EVA suit program to where the gloves are made in California or something, and the shoes are made in Massachusetts, and the nuts and bolts to bolt it together is made in Washington. At what point does that supply chain just not make sense? I get it, spreading entities around. I understand. That's what keeps NASA intact. But how much can you compartmentalize that really? Before it just becomes frivolous. Like... Ugh. Changing stuff with the Artemis program, Rocky Guy, you're right. Changing stuff right now with the Artemis program, and then promptly making a bunch of excuses for why you're changing it and blaming everybody else for why you're changing it is a very stupid thing to do. That's a very, like, I like the plan. Jim should have done this if you really want. If I'm going to be really candid, like, maybe he just wasn't good, like, smart enough to figure it out. I don't freaking know. Maybe he had his hands tied behind his back. That's what Eric Berger said, at least at the time. Maybe he was right. Who knows? You're right. You're right. That excuses thing set me off. I hate excuses. You know why? You know why I hate excuses? This is a more personal note. Because I did nothing but make excuses for the first 25 years of my goddamn life. I blamed everybody else for my frigging problems, and I threw everybody under the bus whenever I could. You know where that gets you? That gets you with nothing. That gets you nothing. The second I stopped making excuses to myself is the second I picked up streaming, committed to it, and drove it to what we have today. I hate excuses. I hate them. That is a pet peeve. I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't think this is a good idea. And usually, guys, I'll be honest. Usually I'm not this candid. Like, or maybe I am and I don't realize it. I don't know. Lulz, it is a demon for me. You have no idea. It's a demon. I'd rather be hard on myself and kick myself to the curb rather than making an excuse. Because old habits die hard. The second I start making excuses, I fall right back into that habit again. Why do you think I religiously clean the kitchen every frigging day? Because I have to. I have to stay in that routine. I have to be accountable to myself to be a functioning goddamn adult. Rocket Guy, what are you saying? I get the challenges and difficulties. They were valid reasons for schedule slips. What I really don't like is hearing that the technical infeasibility statement when NASA has been working on the technological development plan for SLS and Artemis for essentially the last decade. If 2024 was not feasible, how was 2018 the original launch time frame? Yeah, it reeks of incompetency. It reeks of incompetency from the people that made the SLS program in the first place, Rocket Guy. Why do you think I hit that $30 billion drum and I preach it? Because that was the most bonehead spaceflight policy ever implemented in NASA's history. Full stop. Guys, look at my stupid truck. I said I'd have the 59 taken apart and rebuilt in one summer. That was almost a decade ago. I can't make excuses. I can't do that, and neither should you. Even if it's a legitimate thing, you take ownership of the problem and you freaking fix it. It's not that making excuses and blaming other people and throwing Jim under the bus. How do we know you're not going to do that when you don't hit the deadline in 2024? Because that's going to happen. I can already tell because you're making excuses now. You've making excuses before you even started working. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. Floating, yeah, you assume that people can be at least as competent as you. Work the problem. Yeah, what happened to that NASA, Nighthound? I started to see that NASA come back with Jim. Jim could have said that the SLS program is a crock of crap. It's terrible architecture, because it is. All right? It is not comprehensive. There's no end goal. But Jim made an end goal and started filling in the gaps. Work the frigging problem. That's what he started doing. He started changing SLS operations around to a horizontal join instead of a vertical join for SLS to help get those core stages built faster. They started scaling. They started scaling to 2024. Did Jim ever blame anybody for that? No. He praised the previous administration. He said it was a good idea. He said they were doing a good thing when he had the right to. The fact that Bill would go out and say that really pisses me off. Really pisses. That's not that. I don't like him. I'll just go. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. Chill out. Yeah, Obatine. I know. Yeah, I should probably relax. I get it. You're right. You're probably right. Dude, I take the space program really seriously. It's my job, you know, like. It's something that's very near and dear to my heart. I don't know if I got that point across, right? Like, you're right, but damn, dude. Oh, man, it's something I care about, dude. And sorry if I get a little emotional about it, you know. Sucks, bro. How you doing? That NASA news is really pissing me off, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's really pissing me off. But, hey, other than that, you know, I don't have too much to complain about, right? John, look, I know this behavior. I know this behavior because this is my behavior to a T. Just blame everybody else. Blame COVID. Blame the litigation. Blame Jim and Jim's boss at the time. Just blame them. Technically not feasible. Blah 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 blah. Yep. We ain't going to the moon anytime soon. Let me put it to you like that. And that sucks. That sucks. I thought we'd turn a new leaf with NASA, but you know. I see them slowly moving back into how they were in like 2014, 2015, just making excuses constantly. Oh, well, you know, the SLS supply chain, we had some problems horizontally stir welding this. So we're trying a new technology with the core stage, even though it's supposed to be shuttle derived. But we're going to try a new technology with it, you know. Because that'll be a better technology, you know. It'll be better in the long run if we don't just make a longer external tank with a payload fairing on the top. We're going to try manufacturing it in a completely different way than the shuttle's external tank, you know, and that'll afford us more capability in the long run. I've heard this before, man. Heard it before. I've heard it before. I know where this road leads. It got you angrier than Counter-Strike. Not bad. Yeah, floating. I'm sorry. It's super near and dear to my heart, dudes. It sucks. No new launch vehicle. No new launch vehicles. Whatever you do, no new launch vehicles. So yeah, here. Let me pull up Akin's laws, guys. Let me show you the Akin's laws of spacecraft design. And you tell me what that NASA's plan, how many rules did they just violate? Here, let's look. Engineering is done with numbers. Analysis without numbers is only opinion. Oh, yeah. SpaceX will land Starship in 2025. How do you know? You know, they will. Boom. Violated Rule 1. To design a spacecraft right takes an infinite amount of effort. That's why it's a good idea to design them to operate when some things are wrong. Okay, so fault redundancy. Okay, they didn't necessarily violate that rule. Design is an iterative process. The necessary number of iterations is one more than the number you currently have done. This is true at any point in time. That's true. And I don't understand how NASA can come up with further iterations of Orion increasing Orion's budget when they haven't done any iterative processing of its design, i.e. it hasn't flown. So, Rule 3 is true, but doesn't necessarily apply. Your best design efforts will inevitably wind up being useless in the final design. Learn to live with the disappointment. That's not necessarily pertinent here, but yeah. Miller's Law, 3 points determine a curve. You can't make changes to a design unless you have a good data set, i.e. flying. So, yeah, there you go. Wait, what's that, Gamer? Oh, dude, there's like 30 laws. I'll go through them. With this new plan, not a bad plan, they literally broke like 15 rules. Orion did test fly on Delta Heavy. Oh, you mean that tin can with a heat shield attached to it? Yeah, sure, okay. Orion's flight on EFT-1 is about as high a fidelity of an Orion as Ship 20 is to the final design of Starship, i.e. no. Of course it did, Lunprod. I agree. So it's up to the fire then. Yeah, how are we going to do that, John? Not having all the information you need is never a satisfactory excuse for not starting the analysis. Boom. Right there. Kamir, what were you saying? Frankly speaking, I never bought the issues with the thick stir welding in the first place. I've seen research papers, and the aluminum lithium stir welding is beyond 1 inch thickness, which is the industry limit dated back at 2005 to 2008. SLS core stage was under 20 millimeters, if I'm recalling correctly. Okay, Mayor, I'm starting to think you might be right. And it's something that I didn't really want to admit, but I understand that shear load is not compression load. Those are two different things. But you're telling me that something that's strong enough to hold a 40-ton orbiter with 20 tons of payload on the side isn't strong enough to hold 20 tons of payload on top of it? Or, well, not 20 tons, 200 tons is the really there. That's what they were worried about, but once again, dude, you won't know until you go and do it. Like, how did you know you needed a thicker tank wall? Like, it's what Rocket Guy says about iterative analysis. They straight up said that designing SLS core stages like shuttle external tanks was a bad idea because it couldn't handle the load. How do you know? Engineering and testing is about quantifying physics with math and then proving it in physics with a test. They never did any tests. Where are those tests at? No, they're shooting from the friggin' hip. And Akin's law number 1, engineering is done with numbers. Any analysis without numbers is just an opinion. So, Cameron, you might be right. Yeah, numerical modeling is half the battle. You have to prove it with flight testing if you're doing waterfall testing like that. Or at least ground testing. Where was that ground testing? Should NASA have flown Orion on ISS rotation missions? Yeah, Phil. That was what Ares 1 was for. Canceled that. Phil, the idea is that they would fly Orion to the space station and use Orion hanging off the side of the space station as a way to prototype deep space development capsules, because the capsule would stay on orbit for an extremely long period of time, up to 200 days. Guess what? Guess how long it takes for a Mars mission? One thing we did get is a real date for Artemis Ii. targeting tomorrow, November 10th, 9:03. Yeah, weather is 80% favorable. Yeah, we got Crew 3's eyes up, and then we got a Rocket Lab flight right after that. And use Ares 1 to test the J2X and 5-segment SRBs. Yeah, Pigzig, it's almost like that was a good idea. Hey, Blizzard, how's things? I'm not having a good day, man, but I'm trying to keep my head up. Yep, static fire ship 20. Guys, you don't need to try and cheer me up. I get it. Trust me, I'm not going to not be hyped about all this stuff happening tomorrow. But, man, this is a pretty bad blow to NASA. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little disappointed. The schedule you develop will seem like a complete work of fiction until the time your customer fires you for not meeting it. Yeah. You okay? No, Jackery, I'm not. NASA rescinded their 2024 lunar landing date and said net 2025. They kicked the can down the road, and I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. Yeah, I know, Blizzard, I know. I'm only human, man. I'm sorry. This is something I'm very, very passionate about, dude. And look, I've always said this, guys. We got spoiled. From like 2016 to like basically to now. We got spoiled. We got spoiled pretty hard. You know, the reason why I always tried to mention and listen to what Jim had to say, because I knew good and well that stuff that this was not the norm. I tried to draw focus to it, you know, to show people that this is not the usual. This is not business as usual. But I always said at the same time that if Jim does something stupid, I'm gonna call him out on it. I have to report bad news. It can't all be good news. If it's all good news, that means someone's lying. You know what I mean? I don't want... Golly, what's this? Yeah, it's a nice picture. This is why private space is so important. We can't bet it all on just one actor. Well, floating, that's why I said NASA needs a healthy, robust, and comprehensive in-house program to complement the private sector. Can't just be about private sectors competing with each other. That inevitably leads to a monopoly and less regulated. You know a good way to safeguard against that? Have a benchmark with national with in-house government capability. That's a good benchmark. That's a good redundancy to that. Yeah, TJ, it's a little more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it, yeah. Yeah, Taj, yeah. Yeah, it came here, I don't know. Like I said, NASA pushing their goals back is going to have a ripple effect. That ripple effect is the fact that SpaceX hitched their wagon to NASA with Lunar Starship. SpaceX is going to have to scale to those deadlines. And if NASA doesn't even know when those deadlines are, how can SpaceX scale to anything? If SpaceX keeps doing what they're doing, NASA's going to have a lunar lander and then nothing else. And then what does Lunar Lander do? What does Starship do with lunar landers? You think Elon's just going to keep the Lunar Starship sitting in a hangar for 5 years when NASA gets around to using it? And it might fly it into space, might go to the moon without him, maybe. I don't see that happening, but it's possible. Like, what's the plan here? Like, Phil had a good idea. Orion could have been tested on cargo runs to the ISS on top of a Delta IV Heavy. Or we could have just made Ares 1. Could have just made that. Could have just done that, you know, because... Is there laws against him going to the moon without NASA? I'm not sure where that falls under litigation in terms of private corporations going out into space like that, Spammer. I'm not sure. What a crappy day. Did Inspiration 4 involve NASA other than TDRS? TDRS was a backup solution to the ground station, Sav. Other than that, no. But they still needed FAA clearance to fly. What's crappy? NASA rescinded their 2024 lunar landing date. They moved it to net 2025. Net, not committed. I'm not happy. This is a pretty bad day. And then, you know, they proceeded to... They're basically restructuring SLS and how it's being implemented. Well, the restructuring ideas aren't bad ideas. You're going to restructure and redesign a vehicle, a launch vehicle, and a capsule that are sitting on the pad, sitting on their launcher, basically ready to go. We're gonna change those now. Pop, you said you feel like you knew this was coming about a year ago. I have had nightmares about this, fellas. I'm not kidding. I've had nightmares about this. I've had nightmares about this day. I'm not that like, dude. It sounds so stupid. Like, wow, bro, you take the space program way too seriously. I know I do. I can't freaking help it, man. I'm trying. You know, like, I've had nightmares about this damn day, man. Oh, God, this sucks so hard, man. Yeah, Ismic, I know. What sucks so hard, Hired? NASA rescinded their 2024 lunar landing date, and they said net 2025. They kicked the can down the road, dude. And then proceeded to blame everyone else for why, and then proceeded to jerk their own chain on how hard they're working. That just pissed me off. This is so stupid. I heard Bill threw Jim under the bus. Yeah, he threw Jim under the bus 2 times. He said that the 2024 date was never realistic. It wasn't technically feasible. That was a pipe dream. Blah. You threw him under the bus. Dude. That really pissed me off. He said 2024 isn't technically feasible as the guy that runs NASA 3 years away from 2024. Nice. Is that from Jim under the bus? Jim represented the executive branch, Papa Bear. They're one and the same. Yeah, because playing the blame game has really worked in politics over the past 10 years, huh? Yeah, that really ends well, doesn't it? Fucking give me a break, dude. Fucking Jesus Christ. Where has that gotten us? Fucking hate people that blame other people. I hate that shit. And that's exactly what they did, Leahy. They blamed the pandemic. They blamed Blue Origin with the litigation. They blamed Jim and his boss. They blamed everyone but themselves. The people that run NASA are blaming other people for why NASA isn't doing well right now. And use that as a way to restructure NASA so NASA will do better. I've heard this story before, man. I've heard this story before. I know where this road leads. I swore I have to time myself out. I am beholden to the rules because I'm an accountable person. It would be 10 minutes. I'll sit here for 10 minutes. They're my rules. I best be freaking abiding by them. Okay, that was a minute. No, Corsi, I have to be beholden to my own rules. All right? I can't make the rules and have rules for the stream and not abide by said rules. I'm not like them. Okay? Yeah. Sertoya, I got you. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I don't want to... Camille, I honestly don't want to do anything that has to do with NASA right now. Yeah. Law paper written in the summer of 2005. Any positive space news? I don't know. Spin Launch posted a video. Can we check it out? Sure. Here you go. Stupid Spin Launch. Not stupid. Let's see. Let's see what they have.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I know they had a test today, guys. I knew about it. Yeah, I know. Alright, let's take a look. What does this entail? Stealthy Alternative Rocket Builder Spin Launch conducted the successful flight test of its 1/3 scale suborbital accelerator at Spaceport America in New Mexico. Spin Launch CEO Jonathan Yaney. This is about building a company and a space launch system that is going to enter into the commercial markets with a very high cadence and launch at the lowest cost in the industry. Spin Launch plans to conduct 30 suborbital test flights over the next 6 to 8 months, with the company now finalizing the details and launch site location for its planned orbital accelerator. During my interview, Yaney called out the meme. How did you come up with Bill Murray? We got a kick out of this.
I don't know, Jackie. Maybe.
2, 1. Launch.
Hyperloop. Yeah, okay. Alright. Industrial grade pumps 1 hour pump down, thin wall shielded steel roof. Hydrodynamic oil dampened bearing, 1.5 hour spool up time. 100 meter in diameter, 50 meter radius. Vehicle release mechanism. Failsafe mechanical separation system. Actuation accuracy is down to a millisecond. Okay. High-speed mechanical airlock sonic damping baffle. High-speed mechanical airlock sonic dampening baffles. Passive aerodynamic stabilization of 100 kilograms satellite. I don't want to spam, but there's 4 more videos here. Okay. Guys, here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here, and I'm not going to tell you that this can't be done. It can be done. You could do this. I have an honest question, though. This is cool. Like, yeah, sure. Why can't this be done? Of course it can be done. It's a small enough vehicle. It'll be fine. You could do this. Sure. I'm not too incredibly worried about any technical feasibility here. This can be done. Abso-freaking-lutely. My question is why? My question is, how would the payload survive the G-forces? If you have a small enough payloads roll, it's not going to create that much moment. You know? If I'm jumping up and down on the Golden Gate Bridge, is that going to do anything to the Golden Gate Bridge? No. If somebody that was if we took a Saturn V and we somehow got that Saturn V to oscillate while it's fully fueled on the Golden Gate Bridge, would that do something? Sure, absolutely. If it's smaller, you don't have to worry too much. It's not, dude, there's nothing that says that this isn't technically feasible. The release mechanism is what I'm kind of wondering about. That's a lot of stuff that needs to go right all at the same time. I'm not going to say that it can't be done. It can be done, sure. But once again, my question is why? Why would you do this? Why not? This thing can literally, if you just attach this, you attach that to the bottom of that, and it does the same thing. Cost. So, building the world's largest centrifuge in a vacuum chamber with hydrostatic bearings driven by electric motors on a differential, and all the engineering that's associated with that is going to be less cost than that. No fuel, only electricity. Where are you getting the electricity from? Introduction to spin launch. Solar power. Oh, okay. Yeah, go with a no fuel burn, so they're maybe going for a more green than conventional rocket. Yeah, see, Red, thank you for the raid, by the way. But see, there's, oh God, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just frustrated for the day. Everything needs a certain characteristic amount of energy. You need a certain C3 to get into space, all right? There's no getting around that. No amount of going green is going to fix that damn problem. Like, yeah, I guess, like, okay, and therein lies. This isn't a short-term solution. Spin Launch most likely thinks that this is a long-term solution, right? The long-term solution is that you wean yourself off of using fuel and you use electricity to be the first stage of your rocket. I understand the premise. I get it. It's not a bad idea. Like I said, nothing here is not technically feasible. This is totally doable. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can make this. I don't think that there's any mechanical problem here that that can't be solved. Sure, you can make this. Why? There's another issue. See last. Like is selling something on being green that much of a premise? Like, I guess so. So let's do the math. At 450 RPM, 7.5 rounds per second, they claim a release mechanism accuracy in under a millisecond. In that amount of time, the arm will have moved 2.7 degrees. That's a lot of deviation from the launch azimuth, let alone when releasing a Mach 6 projectile through a window. Yeah. It would reduce what needs to be mass-produced. Okay. I mean, this is like the ultimate expression core of stage 0, isn't it? Perfect technology to deploy on the moon or something. Maggie, I'll agree with that. That's a good idea. How you gonna get that to the moon though? You know, it's an energy problem, man. There's I've yeeted a 100 kilogram stage with a cracking gun in KSP and it circularized no problem. That means it can be done in real life. Yeah. King, I'm kind of with you on that one. Yeah, Maggie, not my problem. It's cool. That's really neat. Lift and tilt. It's cool. Like, I think that's a very interesting way of looking at the problem. I understand. I think it's cool. I'm not hating by any means. I would be curious, like, how you came to this. Like, okay, actually, you know what? I already answered my question. What they're trying to do is basically make an electric first stage. I get it. Because electricity is a much more efficient way to... it's much more efficient energy. I get it. I mean, I wish them all the best. That's cool. Like, I don't think there's anything here saying that this can't be done. Why no wind-powered rockets? It ascends as free energy from air turbines to convert more thrust and more rare problems solved. Green, you could do that.
Same crew as usual.
I don't know.
In the lift this morning, first thing. Is complete, and the chamber's vertical. Mason and Justin are going to come in with the Bobcats and ensure that all the dirt's okay, good to go. We set the mats.
Because, guys, before you say that these guys are crazy, Google invested into Spin Launch, by the way. Their factory in Long Beach is gigantic. I've seen it. I drove by it during Route 154. It's real. It exists.
Drive the frame over, set the chamber down on the frame. By the end of the day,
yeah, Blizz, I mean, you still have to expend a certain amount of energy either way.
A majority of this project was done with less than 30 people. Everyone out here can do a little bit of everything. Welders or plumbers or carpenters or mechanics.
King, it's what I keep saying. It's what I keep saying. Look, we can sit here and pretend like we can figure out better ways to expend the same amount of energy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's an electric first stage or a catapult first stage or a railgun first stage or a chemical rocket or this or that or that. You have to produce the same amount of energy to get into orbit. It doesn't matter how you do it. Physics doesn't give a frick how you do it. So, there's no better way to produce energy. I mean, nuclear. That's the better way to produce energy. But are we, like you said, this is going to have to be near an MPP. You think they're going to let that thing near a nuclear power plant? You're not beating an energy problem. Because no matter how many laws we make, no matter how many times we say, we're going to do this, we're going to go green by this, you can't make laws against thermodynamics. And frankly, I think that anybody that thinks that you can is kind of... But once again, with that being said, this is really cool. There's nothing saying that this can't be done. This can be done, sure. Why not? And if they nail the tech, that would be pretty neat. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't want more rockets either. I hope Spin Launch does this. And I hope all the haters get freaking shut up. Because I know there's 1,000 people out there, probably 1 million people out there saying that this is a dumb idea. No, it's not a dumb idea. I see what they're trying to do. I hope you get it right. That would be awesome. See this thing yeet out the freaking side? That would be amazing. But also at the same time, you could have just engineered a solid rocket first stage that would probably could have built an entire factory and scaled production of a solid rocket booster and used that as a first stage instead of the Spinny Boy. And it probably would have overall net consumed less energy. But hey, whatever. Yo, man. You need some propolis and ginger. Yeah, don't worry about it. I lost my voice recently, and it's still kind of raspy, but we'll be all right. Sorry. How much energy is it required to produce locks? If the cost differential per unit production... Well, I mean, Bradley, clearly they're onto something here because they have backers. Google invested in Spin Launch, guys, so... Clearly they're onto something. It's just... Dude, there's a frog in my throat and it's not going away. Give me one moment. Thanks, Tessa. Yeah. Do a shot of wild turkey, fix you right up. Damn, I wish I had some pie. Maybe you can use the launch sensitive payloads like nuclear waste without the risk of explosion of the rocket due to propellant. Sortoy, it still has propellant. It has a second stage. The spinny thing is the first stage. Terrible ideas like solar roadways get tons of backers. It doesn't mean it's not stupid. All right, let's listen.
And we need that because we're constantly shifting bodies. And so it's just been a lot of reliance on teamwork. We work with the engineers in Long Beach. They give us a plan, and we find the best way to put it together.
Look at that thing.
This is a monumental day.
That's
Obviously,
crazy.
This massive vacuum chamber behind me is being integrated to its foundation and put into its final launch position.
Hey, they're building stuff, man.
Is to learn how
Can't
to
criticize.
then
They're
scale
building it.
To go to our next location where we will conduct orbital launch.
Yeah, and it works,
operations
Bandit,
for
which is
small
pretty cool.
satellites.
Damn, dude. World's largest coin toss. Man, Shatter, I thought that, SpaceX catching the booster is nuts. This is, you know what? This is more complicated than that. I'll go outright and say this is a little more complicated. Let it rip. Hydrostatic bearing. Centrifuge with the hydrostatic. That's pretty cool, man. It's pretty. Like I said, that's pretty neat. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. It looks like a giant turbo. Yo, I want to see this thing yeet something. First launch. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see this thing yeet something. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, guys. Do this. It's a subscale prototype, Tal. Watch this. Jeez. Look at this freaking thing. Oh, man. It's so crazy. I actually kind of dig it. Look at... This is the Congress rocket. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to mute for a second, okay?
Naval countdown.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
Pressure is stable. Pressure is stable.
The pressure's good, everything works.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of you guys.
Dude, can I see that again? Hold on. Look at this thing. This thing's ridiculous.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
I love it. Oh, that's ridiculous, man. Did you see that? Yo, I hope these guys do it. That's awesome. Oh my goodness. I mean, once again, I'm wondering why you wouldn't just scale first stage, but I'll admit that's pretty freaking cool. I'll admit dude, that's pretty cool. At least at least they got something that works, you know. I'll take this over somebody that's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, sure you are. Okay. Oh, we're gonna go to the moon in 2024. Oh yeah, sure you are.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
I dig it. Oh, that's cool.
Pressure is stable. Pressure is stable.
I don't know, goalie. That's cool.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of you guys.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay, but one crew spin launch. No. No. What altitude did it reach? The altitude of hopes and dreams. It's just a giant trebuchet. Me and Cameron are talking about how the facility 10 with a small missile going Mach 6, like the heat and sound would definitely be something ready to post. Yeah, clearly it's not a problem because they're they're willing to pursue a prototype like this. So clearly it's not an issue. So I mean, once again. Yeah, Tal, that'd be nuts. That'd be nuts to see. Here, let's look at the kind of. This is probably what we should have done in the first place. We probably should have looked at the intro. Let's see.
Space is full of resources and opportunities we can't even necessarily think of yet.
The possibilities that arise when you have lower cost access to space could have great impact to the world.
So Spin Launch was born as a dramatically lower cost way to launch a payload in orbit.
It's amazing what we've accomplished in the last 60 years of spaceflight, and we've done this on the top of rockets.
The the early days, chemical rockets seem to have been the most obvious solution, but the amount of fuel just becomes tremendous.
Carrying all this fuel partway with you requires a large, expensive structure, rocket tanks and so forth.
And the high costs of launch has prevented us from unlocking the true possibilities of spaceflight.
It's essential to find a better way to get to space.
To get a launch vehicle into orbit, you have to accelerate it to 7.8 kilometers per second, and it doesn't matter how you do it.
The rocket equation tells you how much fuel you're going to need to put a particular payload in orbit.
So what the rocket equation means is that if you want to go faster, you need more fuel. So imagine you want to go a little bit faster, so you bring more fuel, and now you weigh more. So you're like, oh man, I need more fuel so I can fly farther because now I weigh more. And so it feeds back into itself. It's a vicious cycle. That means more and more and more of the rocket has to be fuel.
Yeah, but
Just
that's
looking at
the
the
rocket
Saturn V that
goes
took us
to
to
the
the moon, over
Yours does not get
90%
anywhere
is the
near it.
fuel tank.
Both the physics
Guys.
and the math point to attempting to achieve some of the velocity by other means.
If you can provide that kinetic energy through some other means, then that's a real revolution that has an immense potential.
That was the inspiration for spin launch. We basically asked the question, is there a way to get to space without a rocket? So I looked at the whole problem. I came across Project HARP.
HARP stands for the High Altitude Research Project.
HARP's
They were
cool, look at
closer
this.
than anybody else has ever come to actually building an alternative to
Yeah,
rockets.
but HARP was
They were able to accelerate a projectile out of a gun tube at
Yeah.
speeds of excess of 5,000 miles per hour. That was fast enough to get into
Boom!
space. We did that over 50 years ago.
I really took a look at it from just a fresh perspective, and that's when the idea of a rotational accelerator came up. Spin launch is a rotational accelerator encased in a vacuum chamber that accelerates the launch vehicle up to thousands of miles an hour.
The launch vehicle exits the chamber and it travels up into the upper atmosphere, at which point a rocket kicks on and it circularizes into orbit.
So the real advantage of spin launch is that most of the energy needed doesn't have to be carried with you.
And we create an alternative to rocket launch, dramatically lowering the price of access to space.
What spin launch is doing, it changes the whole paradigm.
We built this chamber to prove to the world that this could work, and we broke the world record for the fastest rotational object. Right now, the lowest cost launch vehicle to put a small satellite in orbit is about $7 million. Spin launch is bringing that cost down to below $500,000.
This revolutionizes our ability to wire our planet and make life better for everybody.
It demonstrates an absolute...
Okay, all right. The make life better for everybody thing. They showed an internet satellite constellation. So they're targeting small sat internet satellites to be launched very rapidly with spin launch. I get it. Yeah. You guys ever seen Silicon Valley? The whole, oh yeah, we're doing it to make life better, to make it a better place. We're changing the world. We're disrupting this. Oh look, an internet satellite constellation. Alright, guys, just say it. We're not just doing this for money, we're doing it for a crap load of money! I find it very interesting, alright, that they showed a Saturn V for comparison. And that seems to imply to the average person that, and don't get me wrong, am I reading this incorrectly? Like, I'm not trying to hate. You compared your rocket to a Saturn V. Citing the Saturn V needing to carry a lot of fuel to get into space. I mean, Saturn V goes to the moon. Implying that you could spin launch something to the moon. That's on par with Apollo. Am I getting that correctly, or... Am I looking at that right, or... People just know what the Saturn V is. It's just marketing. It is still comparable to foundations of the delta V equation which they were discussing. Yeah, of course. So, Rocket Guy, all right, here's the question. All right, so, 200 kilogram payload. Once again, I think this can be done. Sure. I'm not hating by any means. This can be made. Sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's going to be difficult, but it can be done. Yeah. Yeah, of course it could. I think it could. Do you? Kamir, that's the thing. Hey, Rocket, thank you for the raid. Rocketology. Appreciate it, man. So, like, okay, you make this and you use it to make an internet satellite constellation, but they're talking in this promo video about changing the way we go about going into space completely, right? Like, we're changing the way we go about going into space. Are you going to put somebody on this? It's very clear from your marketing video that they're making a rocket to able to rapidly prototype, to rapidly launch a lot so they can make an internet satellite constellation. There's where's your technical scalability here? Like, you'll go on it? You're a braver man than I. Nailed the DART impact mission first try. Cool. Nice. That's awesome. I think they're just implying that they will change the way people look at getting into space and will develop other ideas. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Wouldn't the G-forces kill you? It depends. It depends on how you're situated inside. Are you pulling lateral Gs? Are you pulling negative Gs? Positive Gs? Humans can pull a lot more negative than they can, positive than they can negative. And once again, I'm not saying that this is a bad idea. I think it's cool. I think it's really neat. I'm just wondering, like, why, like, why would you use the space shuttle as a comparison? And why would you use Saturn V as a comparison? That seems to imply somehow that your rocket will ever be comparable to that. That's very strange. They say in the fact that it's going to be rated for 10,000 Gs. No people are going in there. Okay. Interesting. What's Scott saying? So let's do some quick numbers. The circular chamber is about 33 meters across, so circumference is 103 meters, which means it needs to spin at about 180 RPM to move a payload at Mach 1. And that's consistent with the speed showed in the video, so it probably launched to over 10,000 feet. Oh, all right, right on. So maybe moving raw materials into space would be an end goal there. Dude, I hope they do it. That would be awesome. That would be a cool launch to see. To me, the biggest question lies with how they plan to cover multiple launch inclinations and such. Is this going to be Soyuz, where the whole facility will rotate, pending inclination and orbital requirements? Well, let's take a look. Let's check that. Let me look at that launch animation. It seemed to be pretty high fidelity. Let's take a look. Rocket, that's cool, man. That's cool that you did your DART mission. That's really neat. Yeah, see, this could work. There's nothing that's really technically infeasible about this. This is doable. Sure, why not? Yeah. Especially being encased in the carbon fiber shell. Yeah, that's fine. This can be done. Sure. They'll probably burn up, Tal. It's not vacuum. It's negative pressure. Okay. So kind of like hyperloop. That's the idea. It's hyperloop in a cylinder. That's good, Jack Reed. Rocket Guy, I'm looking for any type of mechanism to be able to spin the entire chamber, but I don't... I mean, but then again, that can stay fixed if you're going to spin the whole thing. Mistime release would end very poorly, but that's why if you look, the release tube is wide on purpose, because you might have some translation forces on the vehicle at release. But what I'm looking for, and Rocket Guy, I'm looking, yeah, see? Look, go back over here to the, see this? See that carrier right there, that carrier plate, and this carrier plate? The whole thing moves. This whole snail can move. That's how they flight azimuth, dude. It works like a distributor. An ignition distributor on a car. It can move independently of the rotating mechanism. I mean, look, this whole thing is on a huge... The whole moving area is on a huge trolley, it seems like. See the mounts for it and everything? It looks like train tracks. But they're train tracks going in a circle. That whole thing moves. That whole cylinder can move. At least I think that's what I'm looking at here. I'm wondering how this is going to work, but then again, look, there's clearly a seam right there. See it? Clearly a seam, so this thing will line up, they'll attach it, they'll move it where they need to go, probably while the thing is spinning around inside. They'll set launch azimuth and then go. It's a tank turret, pretty much. Yeah. Once again, nothing here is technically infeasible. This all can be done. Sure, why not? What's the problem? Look, I can't look at SpaceX and say, "Oh yeah, they can catch a rocket." All right, and then look at this and say, "No, that can't be done." Like, yeah, this could be doable, sure. But see how this whole thing, if you look at this carrier right here, how this whole thing kind of goes together. It's very clear that this thing is designed to spin independently. Like the housing can spin independently of the shaft. I mean, it's cool, man. It's neat. Yeah, Tan, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, see, they put fins inside of here because of the shock, the bound. It's basically soundproofing, but soundproofing for hypersonics. I get it. No, it's pretty neat. You know, it's not as far-fetched as it seems. I mean, for small sats, this makes sense, but it makes sense for the same reason why small sats with a strato launcher, like launching it from a 747 or something with a carrier vehicle, makes sense. So I'm not seeing much scalability here. The scalability is to launch a lot. That's the scalability. And it seems like they're going to do that to build an internet satellite constellation. I mean, it makes sense. Like, once again, I'm not hating. It's pretty cool. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty neat idea. Yeah, Smirks, if it's strong enough, you don't have to. If it's strong enough, releasing it is just fine. Yeah, 10. Interesting. Scalability would just be a bigger one. Nah, that's... Once again, if you wanted to move something like a Falcon 9-second stage with something like that, or a rocket about that size with that kind of delta V, you would need a ring that's, well, 4 or 5 times the size of this. I don't know if that's very scalable. You don't have a scalable first stage here. Had some serious radial load on the bearing upon release. It's hydrostatic, though. The hydrostatic being incompressible really solves that problem, guys. If it blows a seal, though, during release, then and the hydraulic fluid leaks out, then you have a problem there. Did you show the video on Twitter already? Yep. Interesting. I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. That's really neat. Could you not bring a lot of small things to space and dock them together? King, it's a 200 kilogram payload. So we're talking about a payload that's about this big, maybe? What are you going to do with a bunch of suitcase-sized payloads other than build an internet satellite constellation? That's what I mean about scalability. It's how big is the rocket? Electron? Hey, no problem, Sir Toy. I'm glad you like it. Goss, you're happy you found this awesome channel. Well, sorry about being a stick in the mud today, guys. How big is a Starlink satellite? About the size of the hood of a car, Katra. Who said anything about scalability? They did when they compared it to the Saturn V and the space shuttle. When there's a space factory, this will be nice to have. Yeah.
Discovery.
Hey, Rog, 50-month resub. Thank you very much. Don't apologize. You have every right. Yeah. Why not just Electron then? Why reinvent the wheel? I see what you did there. Especially since it looks like a wheel to boot. Yeah, that part I don't understand. Bulk production of space junk. Ooh, savage. Throw canisters of fuel into orbit and catch them. Halsey, that's going to be pretty hard to do. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. If you try to rendezvous to a payload with a high differential speed and catch it, it imparts the same amount of deceleration that you imparted acceleration on it. So you both end up, if you tried to catch a payload like that, you'd be going orbital speed, it would be going below orbital speed, and you'd catch it, and now you're both going below orbital speed, and you both deorbit. Catching payloads in space like that doesn't work. Newton's third law. Sorry. That's cool, Rocket. I don't think so, Hellfish. I think they'll succeed. Once again, there's nothing technically infeasible here. It could be done, and they're going to do it to make an internet satellite constellation. I see it. I see what they're trying to do. Amazon should really look into this tech. Your package yeeted to your house same day. Yeah. This versus an orbital tether? I would take this over the orbital tether. Anybody that tries to sell me on an orbital tether right now, I'd be very skeptical of. That's just why? Like, why would you do that? It's the same case. Like, why would you do this? Just make a solid first stage and you achieve the same thing. Spin launch and orbital tether into space. Nice. Yeah, Sav. That's where I'm at, dude. If I'm going to play a skeptical card, I think the solution is to build a bigger rocket. Bigger rockets are actually more efficient at moving payloads into space. Like Starship, for instance. You could say whatever we want about the Saturn V. Oh, it's inefficient. It's not efficient. It's this, it's that. Because, you know, people got further into space by launching smaller rockets, right? Like, what are we talking about here? So, bigger spin launch? Yeah. Okay. I can see spin launch being more plausible for hypersonic aircraft. Right. Like, even if they could launch one of these every hour, all right? That's 24 in one day. 24 times 2, right? So that's 24 times 200 kilograms. So that's what? 4,800 kilograms per day. Starship can do 100,000 kilograms per day. Spin launch looks more like a warhead delivery system to me. Pete, I just don't... I get it. I understand what they're trying to do. I just don't... Yeah, no, you know what? That's really where that ends. I get it. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to be able to rapidly launch. And you rapidly launch by basically making your stage electric by spinning it, right? And the idea is that you can beat people to market with an internet satellite constellation because you can launch faster. But my question is, here's what I'm getting at, dude. Like, here's the next thing. All right, that's fine. That's the plan. SpaceX already has what? 1,800 satellites up there? I don't even know how many Starships they have. I know it's over 1,000. So who are you trying to beat to market? And by the time these guys get operational, SpaceX will have Starship operational, moving Starlink satellites into space. And they can launch, 300 of these in one day? In one launch? That's 100 tons worth of satellites. How are you going to compete here? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Like, once again, I think that's totally plausible. I'm failing to understand the business strategy. But once again, here's the other thing. You don't see me trying to make a small sat launcher, so maybe I should shut the frick up. You know what I'm saying? I could sit here and say that's not going to work. That's not a good idea. You're never going to beat SpaceX all I want. But I ain't trying to do anything to beat them either, so maybe I should shut up. You know? Number of payloads in launch. The point is that they still need an upper stage. Yeah, the number of payloads in launch is not the competition. Yeah, but if Starship can launch 2 times a month, Rocket Guy, which is way below what SpaceX projected to launch it, that's a very conservative estimate for how launch. Heck, even if Starship can launch even if Starship launches once a month, it's still more payload mass to orbit per year. So who's more efficient? See what I'm talking about? This energy problem is a zero-sum game. The characteristic energy in delta V, that's a zero-sum game. Doesn't matter how you do it. There's strength in numbers, no doubt. But there's also strength in numbers with the person that has a bigger rocket. They're hitting small sat launchers, not SpaceX. Yeah, because their internet satellite competition is going to compete with other small sat launchers, came here, right? I don't understand. I don't understand saying how they're not. They're not in competition with SpaceX. Well, yes, they are. Their end goal is building a satellite constellation. So yes, of course they are. What are we talking about here? It's their idea, not mine. Yeah, I got you. Either way, I think it's cool, and I'm not going to sit here and complain that more people are willing to throw their hat into the ring, man. Good for them. Dude, I will root them on every step of the way. I'll cheer for them. Hell yeah. That prototype was freaking gnarly, dude. Very cool. Not everybody can be SpaceX, but proving this concept instead of small rockets can be useful in the long run. Like I said, they're the ones that are trying, Mipoko. I'm just sitting here in the peanut gallery, so... You know, where's my innovative idea, right? Like, I launch fake rockets in a video game. I get it. Once again, I want to make the very big distinction here that I'm not hating. That's cool. I think it's cool. I'm just... That's a hell of a goal to have. I would not take it at face value for an internet constellation unless I missed something. Yes, caveman. Yeah, like I get you. I mean, Rocket. What else would they be willing to scale to that kind of demand for? Yeah, Buck, just to go off topic, Doug DeMuro liked the Ford Maverick. You know what? I hate that it's transverse, Buck, but it's not it's smart idea. Probably wouldn't buy one, but it is a nice truck. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is the projectile second stage reusable? Negative. Did I miss something? I was just thinking they were talking about mega constellations in general, which internet satellites are just one domain of that. Yeah, that's true. Fair. I don't mind the Maverick, Bob Bear. I wish the Maverick was longitudinal with all-wheel drive, but Ford made the Maverick a parts bin truck. They used stuff that was already engineered and threw together something. It's basically an Escape with an extended wheelbase and a pickup bed, which is, you know what? That's fine. Hey, that's what the Mustang was. The Mustang was just a Falcon with 2 doors and a different body. Yeah, and look at how well that sold. It's a good way to get market share. A good way for, they're going to sell a ton of those things, man, because it's made out of leftover parts. You can keep the cost down on the car because all the parts are already engineered. You literally just need to make the assembly line. I'm considering replacing my Outback with it. Cool. Heck yeah. I mean, probably that thing with the, what is it? It's got the 3.5 V6 and all-wheel drive, dude. They will sell a bajillion of those things. I said that right at the beginning. It's pretty cool. I don't mind it. Lucia sent back its first photos. Oh, that's cool. Nice, gamer. Is there a super cab? Doctors, it's 4-door. Here, I'll show you. It's 4 doors. I think it only comes in 4 doors. Here's a picture of one. Yeah, that's the only that's the only body style that it comes with. I don't think they make a single cab long bed. If they did, that would be pretty cool. Guess who is back? Yeah, okay. If it was me, I would have been arguing for a much larger linear platform. No spinning here except for the electrons. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Nash, that's basically what it is. Ford's selling... See, okay, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of that. I'll be 100% real with you. Not the biggest fan. That's probably not a truck that would pique my interest. But Ford's selling them for 20 G's. For 20 G's, that'll pique my interest. Sure, absolutely. If that thing was 40 grand, I'd be like, all right. I guess. Oh, yeah, maybe. You have one sledge. Huh. Yeah, dude, it seems cool. That's a great truck for people in the city. You know, people in the city that don't want to go buy an F-150, but they still want a truck in the city. I mean, it's a mini truck. It's cool. It's a cool truck. I don't hate it. I'm not, like, once again, I wouldn't be interested in a front-wheel drive pickup truck. I really think they should have made it rear-wheel drive with the possibility of an all-wheel drive, kind of like the Ranger. But, once again, Ford doesn't make parts like that anymore, you know? It's almost the K-Truck. Better than the one that Moog has. Man, did he get screwed. That wrecker, Tessa, that wrecker was such a jerk. Oh, yeah. You can't kill him. The valves, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the valve has a friggin' hole in it, guy. Yeah, what truck are we talking about? Maverick. What's the difference between that and a Ranger? Ranger is a body on chassis pop. So, like, you have your chassis and then they put the pickup truck parts on it. It's built much more like a regular, like a regular American pickup truck. Which is funny because the Ford Ranger is a Mazda design. It's a Mazda B300. It always has been. Japan has always made a good mini truck. They never haven't. All their pickup trucks are good. And that's coming from Mr. America pickup truck over here, you know? Good, Tessa. That's hilarious. They friggin' deserved it, man. I don't get how they made a car called the Maverick, then decided to make it a truck. Same way they made a freaking egg-shaped crossover SUV electric and called it a Mustang. The Ranger, God, that's funny. The Ranger is basically an F-100, which is funny. They should just bring back the F-100 name and just, that's the Ranger. You know, the funny thing is, the Ranger started as a trim for the frigging F-100. And the new Ranger is so ridiculously bloated, it might as well be a freaking quarter-ton truck. This memory looks better than the Chevy Montana. Yeah, Chevy makes cool cars, Bandit, like the Corvette and the Humvee and stuff, but they really suck at making a regular car. They sucked at doing that for a very long time. Bikes! Hey, Metco, talking about Ford. What's that? The new Ford Mondeo, the new 2022 Mondeo and its premium version of Lincoln Zephyr. Hey, that's kind of nice. At least you guys are getting cars still. Ford stopped making cars over here, which is... yeah. This is a stupid thing. Anyway, where's that Jeff Faust article? I want to see what Jeff has to say about this, if you guys don't mind. Switching gears back over into NASA. I'm just kind of curious here. Yeah, Lumberjack, the performance is cool. I don't like crossover SUVs. So, once again, a big topic floating around today is this. I'm interested to see what Jeff has to say about this. NASA leadership has formally given up on the goal of returning humans to the moon by 2024, pushing back a landing by NASA astronauts to the lunar surface to at least 2025. November 9th teleconference, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said the recently concluded legal challenge mounted by Blue Origin to the agency's selection of SpaceX for a human landing system was a major, but not the only reason for pushing back the lunar landing goal set by the previous administration in March 2019. Because of the litigation for 7 months, we have not been allowed to have, under law, any contact with SpaceX. He said that he talked with SpaceX's president for the first time about HLS on November 5th. Landing on the moon is a key objective for the Artemis Ii mission, which had been scheduled before the end of 2024. Nelson said that mission is now planned for net 2025. but added that NASA and SpaceX needed more time to review the state of the program before committing to a more specific schedule for the mission. HLS litigation was not the only factor he cited for the delay in return to humans to the moon. Prior to fiscal year 22, previous Congress did not appropriate enough dollars for the human landing system. NASA requested $3.3 billion for HLS in its fiscal year, but Congress only provided $850. 2024 goal, he added, may not have been achievable in the first place. The previous administration's target of a 2024 human landing was not grounded in technical feasibility. Yeah, says the guy that's in charge of NASA. Nice. Earlier this year, he'd expressed doubts about the 2024 goal given the state of the HLS program, as well as the delays in the development of a new spacesuit that, according to an OIG report in August, would not be ready in time for a 2024 landing. NASA is also delaying Artemis II, the first Orion flight to carry astronauts. Nelson said at the briefing that the mission, previously scheduled for launch in 2023, had been delayed to as late as May of 2024. This is for the best, though. No, it's not, Pluto. I'll explain why in a second. It's not for the best. That's bullshit. I'll take the time out for 10 seconds for that. Okay. Jim Free, NASA's Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development, said that there were several reasons for the delay. One impact is caused by the pandemic, including its effect on the workforce as well as on the supply chain for the program. He also cited damage at Michoud in New Orleans for storms that caused water to get inside and damage hardware. Artemis II is a complex vehicle, citing delays, adding environmental control and life support system hardware to the spacecraft. When you add it all up, that's how it all moved out. Cost of developing Orion is going up as well. NASA said at the briefing that it re-baselined the program with a new cost of $9.3 billion from fiscal year 2012 through Artemis II. The program's previous cost estimate through Artemis II was $6.7 billion. There were a lot of requirements changes, including the addition of a proximity operations or ProxOps demonstration on Artemis II to test systems needed for docking required with the HLS lunar lander on Artemis III. Yeah, Duel, I'll get to that in a second, bro. Pandemic-related costs also factored into the revised budget. Nelson said NASA remained committed to sending humans to the moon despite these latest delays and also supported competition for future lunar landing services after Artemis III. NASA will seek a significant increase in funding for that competition, starting with its fiscal year 2023 budget request next year. As he did at a congressional hearing in May, Nelson warned of China's growing space capabilities as a threat to land humans on the moon before NASA returns. The Chinese space program is increasingly capable of landing Chinese taikonauts much earlier than originally expected. We're going to be as aggressive as we can in a safe and technically feasible way to beat our competitors with boots on the moon. Okay, Bill, so when they beat you to the moon, you going to make another excuse? Nice. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. This is a nightmare. This is a goddamn nightmare. Like, this is, guys, I'm ringing the alarm. This is a nightmare scenario. This is not good. Why do I feel like we're about to have a modern for all mankind? I don't know, Devlin. I don't know. Yeah, Blizzard, you know, it sucks. You know, you say NASA, oh, never a straight answer. There was a time, not too long ago, where NASA had the answer for everything. You call them out on this, they said this. They figured out, you know, like they were very straightforward about that. And they even promoted the commercial providers and contractors to be more transparent. When Jim said that Boeing has to stream their abort mission, they have to stream it. You know, instead of just doing it behind closed doors and saying it's good, you have to be publicly transparent to the taxpayer. There was a time. Yeah, Phoenix, you know. I'm bumming, dudes. Cover the pandemic part. Dude, we listened to the press conference while I was playing Satisfactory Duel. The entire thing was excuses. It was all excuses. It was this is why we can't get it done now. And so this is why we don't know when it's going to be. Dude, this had the same kind of energy as a kid explaining to a teacher why they didn't get their book report done on time. Same energy. Well, you know, we can't get this done because, you know, the pandemic and stuff. And then Bill did something that really pissed me off. He threw Jim under the bus and called Jim's plan technically infeasible, which is hilarious to me because he helped come up with it. You were on the advisory council for this technically infeasible program. That's rich. The guy that runs NASA saying that going to the moon is technically infeasible by a certain date. Reeks of incompetency, man. Yeah, the answer isn't always Jim, plus he's gone. And frankly, if I was Jim, even if they said come back, I'd be like, hell no. No way. He was on the Space Advisory Council, Kiosk. He's on NASA's National Space Advisory Council. He's part of the NSC. What's wrong with the suits? They already showed off they were great. Oh, they figured, TJ, with the spacesuits, they figured that the spacesuits were technically infeasible because NASA doesn't have the budget. Whatever the hell that means. So, because they figured the suits that they haven't even made yet were technically infeasible and would have cost too much money, because, you know, they had a couple of prototypes here and there. The cost projections weren't good enough, so they overhauled the EVA, the extravehicular activity suit, and decided to farm it out to commercial to save money. And yeah. The new suit program mandates that the spacesuit has to be spread over 50 different contractors. So you're going to have 50 contractors or something stupid like that making one spacesuit. It's something dumb like, it's not 50, that's an over-exaggeration. It's like 27 or 28 still. They basically commercial crewed spacesuits. And they abandoned NASA's in-house program that was already started because it wasn't technically feasible. Josh, we're boned, man. This isn't good. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. What do you have to do with it, Chris? All right. Reminds me a lot of changing horses midstream, yeah. Wasn't it nearing completion? No. No, it would have taken some time. This is how stuff like this gets canned. Shatter, I'll say it once, I'll say it again, bro. I've heard this story before. This is the exact stupid goddamn argument that they made to cancel Constellation. This is the exact thing. I heard this record before, man. I can't say, I just gotta say I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. How was the spacesuit technically feasible 50 years ago? Yeah, but that's my question. What NASA saying going back to the moon, technically infeasible by a certain date. That's the funniest thing I've ever... You couldn't make that up. That sounds like an Onion article. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah, I know, Goalie. It's ridiculous. I'm really happy James Webb wasn't around to see this. Or Von Braun, or John Young, or any of those guys. Or even Neil. I am ashamed. Like, if you're an American, you should be pretty ashamed of NASA right now. It's pretty gross. Yeah, NASA making excuses about why they can't go back to the moon, blaming other people for why they can't go back to the moon. The leader of NASA. That's pathetic. It's pathetic. It's the most. That's pathetic. Has anybody asked what Buzz thinks? I don't know. Surprised Buzz isn't kicking up a big stink about this. I don't know. I don't think I have anything else to say, fellas. I don't understand why is this happening. Oh, because it's technically infeasible. Any KSP news? Nah, nothing new, Sun Temple. Yeah. Hellfish, it kind of sucks, man. It hurts. It hurts seeing them. It hurts seeing the slow decline. It hurts. It really hurts. A lot. Here the excuse argument is 7 months lost due to litigation and COVID delays, at least not a viable issue at hand. I'm all for hating excuses, but you cannot get that time back that was previously lost, but I get the frustration. Then set the goal 7 months into the future, Trojan. It didn't. It didn't even bother committing to Artemis 3. He said net 2025. Net 2025, because I don't know how the lander is going to happen, and you know it really depends on the Artemis 2 mission, and it really depends on this, it depends on that. Trojan, look, they're reshuffling the program. They threw the previous plans under the bus. They made a bunch of excuses about the pandemic, etc., etc., etc. So are they going to make excuses when they don't hit, when Artemis 2 doesn't happen in 2024? What's the excuse going to be then? What's the excuse going to be when 2025 rolls by? What's the excuse going to be in 2027, 2028 when China lands somebody on the moon? Is technical feasibility going to be an excuse then? It's a bullcrap answer, dude. Technical feasibility. Piss off. Feasibility. Fuck you. Yeah, like I said, Sav, you know, you're making excuses before you even start. It's like somebody that's going to, you know, it's like you saying you need somebody to write an essay for you. Hey, man, I need you to write an essay for me for this, for a work report. Oh, I'm not really good at writing work reports. But I'll try. You know, I'm not really good at that. Yeah, okay. Thank you for telling me. So, what do you say in that scenario? Okay, you're not good at it. Let me get somebody that is. Does it slow down Starbase and Starship plans? I'm not sure, Duel. It's hard to say. Like I said this once, I'll say it again. SpaceX hitched their wagon to NASA. So SpaceX is beholden to going back to the moon on NASA deadlines. What they say is not the real reason for it being canceled. For what being canceled? You know what really grinds my gears about all this? Jim said Bill was the right man for the job and NASA was in good hands. Yeah, because Jim is a class act and won't throw people under the bus when stuff goes wrong, even though he had the right to. He actually talked good about the last guy. He talked good. He said Charlie Bolin in the previous administration did a great job. Now I'm going to take it and I'm going to run with it. Never made an excuse. Never threw anybody under the bus. Certainly didn't see him blame COVID. And they did the green run during COVID. He said, look, COVID has proposed a challenge, but we've overcome that challenge. That's what he kept saying. Never made excuses. Everything and anything, and the new thing that might be introduced in a few weeks. Okay, well, I hope they got something, because I'm not really too optimistic right now. Blame Bezos. No, you don't blame anybody, Raven Guard. You're the leader of NASA. Stop blaming people. Stop blaming things.
Go at throttle up.
Leader doesn't blame things when stuff doesn't go right. It's gross. See, I sense this. I sensed this when they split HEOMD. That's why I sounded the alarms before. And I went and read about it. I'm like, okay, this isn't a bad idea. But I saw it coming. I predicted this freaking a year ago, man. So stupid. I don't think it'll be canceled, Phil. It'll just go back to how it was basically from like 2013 to 2014, 2012, 2013, 2014. They're changing too many things. They're rebaselining Orion's cost after they bought Orions. Just Pete, it kills me to say it. It kills me to say it, bro. It kills me. It absolutely kills me. It hurts. I don't like doing this. And that's why I'm so upset. Like, it hurts, man. It hurts. You sorry, Chris, shut the fuck up. God damn it. Jesus Christ. What do you one person isn't going to change NASA's goals. All right? It sucks after seeing the potential. Yeah. Make. There's nothing I can do about it, Tessa. That's what bothers me the most. There's nothing I can do about it. I hope... I don't know. Jim was handed marching orders to get to the moon by then. And by deity, Jim tried. That's what I mean, Bucky. That's what I mean about deadlines. Dude, does anybody realistically think that NASA was going to get to the moon in 2024? No, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. It's going to... I always said that 2024 is an ambitious goal. NASA needs to be ambitious. Every time in the past that NASA has been ambitious about getting something done, they've gotten it done. Apollo, Hubble Space Telescope repair missions, building the ISS. Good examples. Anytime we've gone down this path, it leads to stagnation. Raven, 2024. Oh, 2024 is an election year. That's why they chose 2024. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. Implying that things that NASA do aren't politically motivated. Yeah, I get it. I know. A lot of science is how much ambition you have towards the work. Are you ambitious enough for it? Seems like the current NASA... Yeah, that's what I mean, Sav. And that's what you have to galvanize around a deadline. 2024, I don't know, man. It could have happened. Probably could have happened if you moved your tail. Kicking the can down the road, Panta. This is what I was afraid of. I honestly... Dude, if you told me yesterday that they were going to move the 2024 deadline, I probably would have said, nah, Bill's sticking with it. Because he's basically done that. I mean, he's been like, maybe, a couple of times, but he committed to 2024. He said it in the last press conference that we talked about when they split HEOMD into EDS and HEOMD. It's hard, Vanguard. It's hard to see, man. And I hate to keep talking about it, guys. It just... Yeah. I'm saying this as for making you made. I'm sorry. And Chris, I have no idea what you're talking about. And you keep saying you can't say. Brother, there is... Chris, you're not going to convince me that you and whatever your team is doing is enough to sway NASA's opinion, all right? Even if you're working on some technical, crazy project that comes out in a couple of weeks. Dude, I don't know what the you're talking about. What I do know is that people in the aerospace industry don't talk like that. You making stuff up? Like, what are you talking about, man? Oh, well, me and my team's research. No one talks like that works in the industry. Nobody. You know why? Because people that are working on some technical kind of research don't want to tell people that they're working on technical research because it might be the thing that makes you bajillions of dollars. You wouldn't go around telling people that you have a bajillion-dollar idea. What are you talking about? Chris, I'm sorry. I'm being a jerk. I'm sorry, man. I'm being a piece of crap, dude. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're so close, man. We're so close to doing it. You know what, Sav? I'll be 100% honest with you guys. I really don't want to mess with anything that has to do with space right now. Well, but then again, I do have control over my space program, so I don't know. Yeah, Wisp, I know. What do you guys want to see? I don't know. Perhaps you could work on something more satisfactory. Forza? Yeah, I don't know. Hearts of Iron. Boxy, is the new expansion for HOI out? Just trying to move off. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Guys, this is gonna, I'll be honest with you, this is gonna mess me up for a little while. Like, this hurts. It's this month. More satisfactory would be satisfactory if you aren't feeling KSP. I don't know if playing my summer car is a good idea when you're angry. It didn't get canceled, Seacracken. They rescinded the 2024 landing date. Age of Empires? Nah, not really that. 11/23 for the Hearts of Iron expansion. Oh, okay. King, dude, I usually don't like not want to play KSP, but if anything, can you at least? And I ain't gonna make an excuse. I should play Kerbal, but hopefully you can at least understand why I don't want to really do anything with space today. It's so bad, man. You know what? Let's look at some Starship stuff, like what chat was saying. Let's see. There's some NSF Starship videos. Let's go check that stuff out, okay? Ooh. All right, so let's finish space news off on some good stuff. So we have the Starship stuff. There's 3 videos to watch. We'll check them out now. Guys, so good news. All right, let's move on to good news. We have Crew 3 launching tomorrow, and then there's an Electron launch right after that. And hopefully we have a Starship SN20 static fire tomorrow. So
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Crew 3's still on time for a launch around, well, late night tomorrow, King. So are you into Paradox games in general or just Hearts of Iron? I feel like you enjoy Stellaris if you like Paradox. I've never played Stellaris, never tapped into that can. X. It's technically infeasible to play KSP. Yeah, and then, yeah, on Thursday, yep. Astra's gonna launch again. Here, let's bring up the Starship video. This, guys, you know, as per usual, this video is coming from NASA Spaceflight. This footage was shot by Nick and Sweeney, who's one of 2 full-time photographers that they have down there taking video every day. So Nick and Mary are down there taking this video. So make sure you go over and support NSF, okay? They asked about it in the there were some remarks about it, King. NASA said it wasn't that big of a deal, but they're going to check the data nonetheless. They said they've seen that behavior previously, so take that for what it's worth. If it's a known failure mode, well, or lack thereof, if it's a known mode that the parachutes can go into, then it's not that big of a deal. Crane parts. They moved the other Liebherr 11,000. They moved it over to the build site to start what I would guess is that they started using it to build the high bay. Yeah, Drummer. One of the 4 parachutes on landing didn't unfurl right away. It kind of went, and then once it got lower, it fully inflated. It didn't malfunction because NASA said they knew that they've seen that behavior previously. So. Hell yes, the Sens are currently up 1-0 on the Bruins. Ew. Ottawa? Bro. Sucks. Is that part of the Artemis delay with Bezos causing stuff? I see a quote about lost 7 months in litigation. Yeah, it's one of a number of things. Well, we've been bogged down by this. We've been bogged down by this. This delayed us. This delayed us. There were problems with this. There were problems with this. There were problems with this. Alright, Chris. Hey, sorry for being a jerk, man. That was my fault. I'll talk to you later, okay, buddy? No, it's alright, Rhino. Don't worry about it. Mary was in Boca Chica long before SpaceX. That's right. That speaks volumes in itself, AJ. I'll be honest with you. Did you hear anybody there that was excited about these new plans for SLS? I didn't. The most enthusiastic person I heard in that was Pam. Pam Melroy, the NASA's second in command. And the only thing she was excited about was about saying how hard everybody was working and how good of a job they were doing. Pretty sure this is a little bit older footage. They mated these two together here. Yeah, that's the next shot.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
When flight? Really depends when the FAA finishes the programmatic assessment. Go ahead, switch it. Go ahead, man. If you want to. That's cool.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Thanks, Hook. Gifted a sub to A-Key. I appreciate it. You sound like it was not necessary to delay it. But there are problems here, and they sound like, hey, delay or fail. Sputnik. Yes, there are technical challenges. My point is, when are there not technical challenges? We're talking about rocket science here. Saying that is an excuse is like saying, oh, you know, I'm building a boat, but I don't want to launch the boat because I'm worried about it getting wet. It's stupid. It's excuses. It's excuses. Stop blaming other people. You run NASA, for God's sake. Yeah, there's always going to be challenges. All right? But citing those challenges that are always persistent as a reason to not go to the moon by a sooner date, to abandon a date and then write off the date as technically infeasible is, once again, it's like saying, oh, you know, we won't be able to launch our boat right now. We won't be able to launch our boat in a year that we're building because we're worried about it getting too wet. So we're looking at the SN21 nose cone barrel section made. I doubt that Bill is just making stuff up. Isn't it likely that we don't know what's going on behind the scenes? Yeah, Spotulous. Yeah, the thing is that I know what's going on. They did say what was going on. They switched a bunch of things around with SLS baselining costs, citing COVID and all these excuses as an example. That's what's going on behind the scenes. They looked at it and said, nah, you know, it looks like it's going to cost too much to try and do that. So we need to reevaluate our costs. We got to reevaluate it. We got to reevaluate on our costs where we have good metrics for how much stuff is going to cost when we haven't launched a goddamn thing into space. Guys, I'm heated. I'm sorry. I'm being a piece of shit. Sorry. Just playing devil's advocate? Yeah, I got you. Yeah, AJ, yeah. These guys are doing good stuff. SpaceX wants makes you want to paint everything you own black, white, and battleship gray. It does look pretty aesthetic, doesn't it? NASA wants to cancel Artemis until Starship is flying. We'll go with that. Oompa Loompa, anybody that works at NASA that sits there and thinks it's a good idea to surrender, domestic national space program launch capability and make NASA beholden to a corporation to get things into space needs their head examined. Yeah, it's true, Alex. What role will Congress have to play in all this? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I know, Ga. How far has that gotten us into space? Okay, looks like they started to hook up the pulley there. That's cool. Let's see what the next video is about. Ready for static fire test. That's the Starship update. Let's check this next one here. And it must be annoying. No, Chris, I'm just in a pissy mood. It's very rare that I get like this. That news sucks, man. It sucks. Like, I was sitting there and I was trying to, it's not too bad. No, this will have repercussions down the road. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near the moon in 2024 now. To be fair, I didn't think we'd get there, it would have been close. It would have been close, but You know, like, Chris, if you do work in the industry, you know how this stuff goes. You say you're going to get it done in 2024, it's probably going to get done in 2025. You say you get it, you know, which is how many years away from now? It's you know, about 2 years away, give or take, right? You know, if you say it's going to get done in 2025, which is 3 years away, you know, it's going to get done in 2027. The further you push that deadline out, the more vague you can be about when it's actually going to happen. This is the exact phenomenon that happened with SLS during its initial phase of development. No direction, no plan, no long-term goal. Just build a rocket and we'll figure out the missions later. We might go to an asteroid. Hey, I know I've been going heavy with the cursing today, but try to have a little more self-control than I do, please. Of course it's going to launch, Forlorn. There's no doubt in my mind. SLS is still going to launch. They're not going to cancel it. It's just, Forlorn, you know what I mean. I don't think that it's a wise decision to have NASA beholden to a commercial provider to launch things into space, let alone be the only avenue of transportation to the surface of the moon. I never thought that was a good idea. You know, I don't know, Anth. What if Bill didn't have a word in the process and just had to deliver the caca to the media? Swishio, he runs NASA. Where does the buck stop? Like, you run NASA. You run NASA. And you're saying what NASA wants to do is technically infeasible. Bro, you run NASA. Like, no, German. NASA rescinded their 2024 lunar goal, citing technical infeasibility, COVID, supply chain issues, overzealous goals, basically made a bunch of excuses. And then when they asked, okay, when do you think it's going to get done? They said, yeah, we don't know. Ready we go. Yeah. Yep. Is the supply chain issue not a real speed bump, though? Are you taking the stance that this global shutdown isn't a valid reason for the delay? For the umpteenth time, no. No, absolutely not. X. Yeah, of course it's a real problem. Of course it's a real problem to deal with. X. Listen. They said that there's litigation, they said that there's COVID, they said technically infeasibility, not made up, there's all this stuff, right? But, dude, how can, look, my point is that when is there not challenges? When is there not challenges like this? Jim could have easily done this. Said, look, I inherited a broken space program. This architecture is god-awful. We can't do it. It's not going to get done in time. But no, they did the opposite. They ambitiously addressed the problem. My point is that there's always going to be something like this. And I get it. The pandemic is relatively unprecedented. I understand that. There's always going to be technical infeasibility. Citing that as an excuse to delay a program is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. We're getting into race car driver levels of excuses here. It's ridiculous. You run NASA. You run NASA, and you're literally blaming you're delaying the program, and then you're blaming it on everything else. That's not the NASA. That's not the NASA that I know. That's not the NASA that I would want NASA to be. My point is that approaching it with that kind of mentality, approaching it with this, re-baseline costs, reevaluate our priorities, technical infeasibility, throwing around that nonsense, just, where's the ambition? Where's the ambition? Where's the can-do attitude? You need a can-do attitude when you go about addressing technical challenges that are associated with spaceflight. It's not the mindset they're exuding. The leader of NASA literally threw Jim under the bus. Said, I inherited a lot of problems here. I have to deal with all these problems, and that's probably going to delay the space program. I don't know when it's going to delay it, but I know it's going to cost more money. Like, would James Webb say something like that? No. And he had 3 astronauts die on his watch.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
At least this guy freaking gets it. Jesus Christ. I don't know, Joe. I'm not gonna play the blame game. I'm not gonna make excuses. I'm not like that. I don't do that. Work the goddamn problem. Fix it and solve it, and don't blame other people. It's disgusting. I'm ashamed. Yeah, Bill. That's funny to me. Technical infeasibility. Guy over here is building a Saturn V-sized reusable space shuttle. Technical infeasibility. That's a good point. Is it? Yeah, in a field, right? Yeah, Bill. Very astute observation. 2011 is when it... The Artemis program was the exploration mission program. Jim rebadged it and renamed it and gave it a name to kind of give it a little more substance. Instead of Exploration Mission 1, Demo Flight 1, Exploration Flight Test 1. But the SLS program and the Exploration Missions program go back to 2012. Jack, I don't know. You know, I don't understand how Bill, in the same breath, can, say that China is going to be a threat and then want to not pursue aggressive timelines to beat them there. Man, and okay, so here's the thing, all right? I'll play devil's advocate on my own ideas for a second here, all right? Bill might be, he might be, on one hand, it sounds like a lot of excuses. I didn't hear a lot of enthusiasm there. I didn't hear a lot of, it sounded like a TPS reports meeting, Yeah, I didn't hear a lot of enthusiasm with it. I heard a lot of, yeah, I don't know, maybe. However, maybe that's what it needs. Maybe that's what the program needs. You know, we'll have the answer in a year or two. And you know what? If Bill was just being candid about things and he, you know, like just telling it like it is, and he, you know, SLS starts launching on a regular schedule and stuff. I mean, like I said, the plan seemed okay, but I don't like how they want to re-baseline everything when they have a functioning rocket literally sitting in the VAB. That's not a good idea. Rocket Guy is the one that brought that up. That's a very good point. You know, I'll give credit where credit is due. I hope he has some kind of ace card or something, because my confidence is not high. Yeah, that's a good point. Hellfish, that's why I'm scared. That's why I'm freaking out, because this is exactly what they said. This was the exact thing. We need to reevaluate our baseline costs. We need to do this. We need to do that. I don't want to say it out loud, man. I'm not gonna say it out loud. I can't do it. It is what it is, bros. Let's just hope that these guys succeed. Looks like they got the pulleys installed for Mechazilla there. See the two wires right here? That's cool. There it is, baby. Yeah, King Kitten. Bill in chat said it right. Not Bill that works for NASA, that's for sure. It's technically infeasible. This exists. Okay. Aren't those a bit thin? They're gonna add more pulleys, Alex. They're probably just doing it so they can get the thing up and moving around. Hey, stream chat, what's going on? Should I change jobs with how NASA is looking? No. I mean, that's up to you, Chris. That ain't my... I'm not... That's your decision and your decision only, bud. Yeah, Sobs, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, right, Bandit? They're moving Bucky over to the build site here. Yeah, I know, AJ. Gotta get over the speed bumps here, boys. Careful. 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 It's an SPMT. That's cool. Look at that thing. They good all day doing that? Yeah, look at this thing. That's cool. Look at how big that damn thing is. It's a big crane. Yeah, SPMT, self-propelled modular transporters, man. It's basically sets of wheels that can turn 180 degrees in either direction, and they can change their ride height. And then there's just sets of them. There's 8 of them on a brick, and you can connect them together like Legos. And then, and then on the end right here, is just a diesel generator. It's a diesel generator with PTO on it, with a hydraulic. And all you do is you connect these together with bolts, and then you hook up the hydraulic lines. Yeah, they're like Legos. Really cool. And when they couple them together, like when you couple them together, they all work as one. Yeah, it's really freaking cool. SBMTs are really neat. How much concrete is all the launch infrastructure sitting on to keep it from shifting? They poured a lot of concrete up in there, Quantum. We watched them pour that. Is it electric? No, diesel. Diesel, electric, hydraulic. Diesel, electro-hydraulic. Sorry. It uses electric motors, I'm pretty sure, to move. There's electric motors here, and then there's hydraulics, too. It could be just diesel hydraulic. I'm not sure. I think it depends on the SBMT, but I could be pulling it out of my tail. The power packs we have can move 500,000 pounds per power pack. So you put 2 on there, it's a million. 4 is 2 million pounds. Cool. The guy in the White House, Jake, is the guy who appoints the NASA administrator. It's a non-set term. They serve at the leisure of the executive branch. Should I change my job to SpaceX or something? Chris, that's up to you, but that's your decision, not mine. Yeah, he's just taking his crane for a walk, man. Hey! Alright, now we're talking. Now I'm in a good mood. Look at that. Look at that truck. That's a nice truck right there, boy. Yeah. It's only an F-150, though. It's not an F-250. But still, though. Yeah. Nice OBS. That's sweet. That's a nice truck, boy. I tell you what. Damn, boy. It's a nice truck, boy. It's a short bed, though. Short bed F-150s are okay. That's alright. That's fine. That's okay. DJ, why are you getting so hyped on a United Rentals mini crane, or how it's called? Alright. So it might sound weird. I was checking the NASA archive and found this. What is this? Swishio, go watch the clip again. Taco, I'm trying, man. I'm sorry, guys. I should have kept my cool today. And it's just this. It's hard. What am I looking at here, Forge? What's up? I think it was a basket lift, maybe a forklift. God, guys, are you like? I'm talking about the goddamn United Rentals thing. I don't care about that. It's the truck behind it, dudes. You didn't see the OBS Ford? No. Look. See the red truck? That's like my truck. That's a smaller version of mine. See that? See the F-150? The one that looks like Tough Enough? It's the same style of truck. That's a 96. It's a nice truck. That's a light duty version of mine. That thing's in good condition, man. No rust at all. Yeah, you guys are lucky in Texas, man. Look at it. It's an XLT, too. See the running boards? Very nice. The Challenger? Challengers are a dime a dozen. That doesn't do anything for me. I'll take the truck. I'm serious. Is that bad? I'm becoming an old man, aren't I? Damn it. I agree. That's a nice basket lift. Yeah. Forge, what is this? NASA and SpaceX have an agreement to work together on developing Starship for Mars cargo capabilities. Oh, okay. NASA and SpaceX have a partnership on doing a lot of things. What's the context here? What's the point? Becoming. Shut up. Shut up, punk. Ah, jeez, Gully, that sucks. What's up, Lunar? I'm modeling Hubble, having fun with the materials. Now, that looks good, man. You did a good job. Your active latch pegs, or the latch pegs for the shuttle payload bay are a little wide, though. They're a little too wide. Cut the diameter by about 60% on the pegs. I hope you're having a good, well, better day. Sorry for irritating you. Bye. Chris, you had nothing to do with it. I don't know why you keep saying that, man. I don't know why you keep saying that. You're pissing me off. In fact, you saying that you're sorry for my day because you caused it is pissing me off more than you saying that you pissed me off in the first place. I don't understand. Dude, I've told you. You didn't make me mad. One person didn't facilitate this. Okay? We're good. I don't know why you keep apologizing. It's really not a problem. We're good. I'm just insecure. Dude. Look at me. We're good. This isn't your fault. This isn't anybody's fault. Well. I don't like casting blame. Casting blame is blaming another person for your problems. I don't like doing that. And it's not your fault, it's not anybody's fault. You know, I'm just really wish someone would step up to the plate and instead of just making excuses all day, fix the problem. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with you. We're good. You and I are good. We're all set. Did I miss KSP? No, King, you haven't. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. We're good. I'm telling you. Everything's okay. Chris, let me put it to you like this. I ignore people that I don't like. If I'm talking to you, we're good. Street sweepers. No wonder he never reads my messages. Oh, shut up, Sumo. I don't want to talk about it, Elfish. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Too upset for KSP today. I know the NASA stuff sucks. I don't know. I don't know. I ignored you. I definitely just responded to you a second ago. Are you... Guys, please don't screw with me right now. Please. Please don't do that right now. Come on, man. Don't kick me in the face when I'm down, please. I don't need that right now, homie. Oh, freaking Christ. What a terrible day. Don't do that to me. Yeah, tomorrow's another day. Donnie, nice. They're putting together the high bay. Cheer up, things will work out. They always do. You must have not been a spaceflight fan for very long, tech guy. That was good. That was good. What about kicking? I can kick. Yeah, but I hope your day is going better than mine. Going in 10 days in a row of work, super exhausted. But hey, end of the season is near. Oh, Neb, my day is. This is about the worst day that I've had. Probably ever. Yeah, this is the worst day I've had ever on the stream, like ever. Yeah. Yeah. Neb, NASA rescinded their 2024 landing goal and said. You know, it's not feasible. And so then, you know, in a press conference, and then the press asked them, when is it going to be feasible? And they said, we don't know. Yeah. Yeah. You just got to rise above it. Rise above it. Doing a little engineering. Yeah. Did we ever think that 2024 was actually feasible from day one? Yeah, Paul's honestly, probably not. But saying that it's not feasible out loud certainly ain't going to get you there any faster. You know, going at it with a positive attitude and trying to complete the deadline, you know. Instead of saying, no, it's not technically feasible, we don't know when we're going to do it. Which one of those mentalities is a winning battle? You tell me, man. In my opinion, it was an unrealistic deadline. Setting an actual reasonable deadline is important, or else it's just doomed. Nah, I disagree. I fundamentally disagree. Every time that NASA has tried to go with a realistic deadline, nothing ever gets done. Yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree. Yeah, pretty much on every level. Yeah. Every time NASA said, you know, it's not really feasible. We'll do it then. Yeah, it's either ended in death or in a canceled program. Yep. Yeah, yep, nope. Not a good idea. Pauls, let me put it to you this way. They certainly didn't sell me on their realistic deadline either. Let me put it to you like that. Yeah, it's a robotic arm for friction stir welding, or not friction stir welding, excuse me. This isn't a stir welded rocket. It's a tip and TIG welded rocket. That's a robotic arm to do the welds for the rings. Buddy, that's what that the KUKA equipment was for. This thing. You see, it's a welding arm. So basically, they'll spin the rings of stainless steel to put two together, and then they'll spin it, and this thing will just as it's spinning, and then it does the vertical welds too. Yeah, that's cool. More robotic equipment. Hopefully, not hopefully. What SpaceX is probably trying to do is they probably found a better way to put these rings together so they can manufacture them quicker. It's not funding, but the goals are, Trevor. Not funding, though. Okay. Yeah, RTR, yeah, maybe. No, see, people keep saying that. I've seen you be stressed out over a lot of things. I watch you. Just remember, things will get better. Yeah, it's possible. Sure, it's possible that things will get better with Artemis, and, maybe they figure out some things and, make stuff better. But I'll be 100% real with you. I've spent an impeccable amount of time studying NASA and policy and what's good and bad policy and how that policy turns out. Every time we've tried to do this, it has not ended well at all. Yeah. Yeah, every time somebody cited technical infeasibility for a project not getting done and delayed that project has ended up with a net less capability. Every single time. Constellation, this is repeating Constellation. This is the exact same stuff that they said 10 years ago for Constellation. Now, don't get me wrong, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. So I honestly don't think that that SLS or Artemis will get canceled like Constellation would. We're not gonna they're not gonna do that. But it more feeds into a much bigger philosophy that I have, that NASA needs to have a redundant national space program that's publicly funded along with these private programs. You can't just put all your eggs in the private basket, and at the same time, you can't put all your eggs into the public manifest either. If you do one of those things and not the other, it leads to stagnation. The last time the government had the only way to get to the moon, they pulled the plug because it wasn't seen as necessary at all. It leads to stagnation. Simultaneously here, that if you have a commercial company that's the only way that has the only avenue to be able to get to the moon, you're most likely going to see stagnation at some point in the industry. For instance, SpaceX, if they succeed in Starship, they'll succeed in pretty much driving everyone else out of business. And then what?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Then what happens? We just rely on Starship the entire time? Then what? Hey, Porter, 76-month resub. I don't know who said it. Coltec Brimo is the one that introduced me to that phrase, believe it or not. Yeah, Starchface, it's not, I mean, don't get me wrong. SpaceX, I think that SpaceX is there in good faith. I think it's unlikely that if they corner the market on launching things into space, that there will be stagnation, just because Elon is fanatical about making life multiplanetary. But what happens down the road? What happens when we do that? You know what I mean? I'm thinking long term. This is not good for the long term. It's not. If you're willing to push short-term deadlines out now, well, guess what? Pushing a short-term deadline out by a year is pushing a long-term deadline out by 10. Sorry, Ed. That's how it rolls. Alright, Chris, have a good day. I'll see you, buddy. Yep. Yeah, the Forge, I said that them doing this was a stupid idea right when it happened. Right when they proposed this new idea. They basically... They abandoned all the stuff that Jim set up, especially with the spacesuits and whatnot. All the stuff that NASA had basically been working on since the beginning of the SLS program, cited cost infeasibility, and then blamed, you know, and then made a new program, right, that will end up costing even more because you already vested money into this. And then cited, because they rewrote the program, they cited the old program as the reason why the new program isn't doing well. Yeah. Constellation 101. It's pathetic. Have you read David Brown's book? No. I told you that was a stupid idea then, Forge, and I'll say it again now. That was a dumb idea. What the hell are you doing? And you know, I was willing to give the benefit of the doubt at the time, and then I was willing to give the benefit of doubt when they split HEOMD. I'm sorry, I can't do it. This is a stupid idea. Yeah, this is a dumb idea. We're pretty screwed. Like, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, it's a Libra 11,000 drummer. It's a nice crane. Oh, cool, RTR. Nice. Night, Sun Temple. I'll see you later, buddy. Yeah, see, Elon's ideas might be out there, Primer, but he actually attempts at getting them solved. It doesn't just blame everybody for saying it's not going to get done. So what is the reasoning for it being not feasible? Oh, dude, there's a laundry list of excuses. They said litigation. They said their machine got damaged from the environment. They said COVID, supply chain issues, workforce issues. They blamed congressional funding. They blamed Trump. Like, it was pathetic. It's pathetic. It's just pathetic. It's pathetic. It's just pathetic. Like, no. Because NASA really got places in the past by blaming everyone else for their problems, right? Like, okay. That, honestly, that's what pissed me off the most. The new plan isn't even that bad. It's not the worst idea. The fact that they went up there and literally blamed everyone but themselves for this is, I mean, you should be worried. You know, that's the excuse before they even did. You know, that's the excuse 6 months in. What's the excuse going to be 1 year in? What's the excuse going to be 2 years in? What's the excuse going to be when the Russians or the Chinese get to the moon before us? What's the excuse then? Technical infeasibility? Who are you going to blame then? What are you going to blame then? Like, it's a self-defeating cycle, guys. That's what I'm worried about. Didn't they also blame the cold snap in 1812 for the delays too? Yeah, nice. Yeah, Bill, that's true. Alright, I think we got another video here. Oh, where's Space I started? Oh, the Flying Water Tower. I think, oh, that's a NASA special right there. So, I think we got all of them. Oh, there is one thing. Creeper, you actually reminded me. Well, at this rate, Blue Origin is going, there's another year or two before that. Dude, I freaking called that. When the Blue Origin tours came through, and we saw pictures of the Pathfinder and stuff, I said those jigs look SLS derived. Boom! They said that in that presser today. They said that New Glenn is SLS derived. Hell yeah! Victory is mine! Hell yeah! Dude, I called that. I called that right there. Hell yeah. That's the good news for the day. Your boy was right. Freaking called that. I said that like 3 months ago. I'm like, that looks all SLS derived. It's an aluminum lithium friction stir welded jig piece. That looks exactly like SLS's jig piece. They must be SLS derived. They said it today in the press interview. Hell yeah, boy. I did get that right. Pretty happy about that. I'm not going to lie to you. Still got the finger on the pulse, man. Oh, boy, EJ's wicked smart. Yeah, that was a good time. That made me happy. Well, I agree with you that they're making excuses. Some of the things they brought up are legit major issues for every sector in the whole country right now. And when are we going to stop using it as an excuse for all of our problems, Raziel? If it's a problem that everybody's dealing with, then it isn't a goddamn excuse. That's like saying, oh, I couldn't do my job today because it rained. Yeah, everyone had to deal with the damn rain. Okay? Great. Good. These are problems that needed to be cited, but they blamed them. They didn't address the problem. They blamed it on it. That's disgusting. Except for California. Oh, okay, so flip the script then, Jay. Oh, it's too hot. The sun is too hot, so I couldn't work today. Yeah, guess what? Everyone that works outside has to deal with that too. Good job. Oh my god. There's a difference between addressing a problem and then blaming it. Blaming your inaction on one, dude. Ugh. This reeks of incompetence. I can't deal with it, man. It's making my head hurt. Hopefully, dude, I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping, but it hurts. It hurts seeing that, dude. I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, I'm done. I'm done, dudes. I'm not doing this again today. I don't want to talk about it anymore. We got Crew 3 tomorrow, which should be good. And then we have an Electron launch right after that. So, that should be fun. And then, I think Starship SN20 is going to have a static fire tomorrow, too. There is an alert. An alert node. So Mary received an alert, and there's a road closure scheduled for 10 a.m. to 6 tomorrow, November 10th. So that's Central Time. So possible Ship 20 static fire. So yeah, there's actually a lot of cool space stuff happening tomorrow. Yeah, we got a full day of fun. So that should be good. Can I make a suggestion, boss? Disconnect brain and engage Far Cry or Hearts of Iron. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm off to bed. Have fun, folks. Don't let the bad mood affect whatever you play next, eh? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Can we talk about this for a second? What's this? I don't want to talk any more about... Oh. Yeah, Hermes. Yeah. Yeah, we can talk about this. That's fine. Let's take a look. So, hypersonic aircraft company Hermes unveils its first prototype aircraft, the Quarterhouse. All right, let's see. What the heck is it?
So what goal do we set in hypersonics today?
It's a hypersonic plane.
Hypersonics needs a unifying vision. And that vision should be accelerating the global human transportation network. Our goal is to complete that challenge, to fly passengers across oceans at hypersonic speeds before this young decade is out.
Who are you looking at?
Ladies and gentlemen, meet Quarterhorse.
If everyone could please take the headsets, the ear protection is currently being handed out. If you have a noise sensitivity, feel free to step inside. But if not, this is definitely something you're going to want to see and feel.
Ignition confirmed. Command throttle to 103. Copy. Throttle to 103. Back, baby.
I like that. Oh my god. See it? See the nose? See the nose cone on that plane? Yo! Cool. It's got a tail number. November 60304. That's a flight prototype. Where did this thing come from? It's a hypersonic test vehicle for testing out hypersonic airplane travel. Did you see the freaking nose on that thing? Look at that thing. I'm with you on that one, Primer. Looks like my nose. No, that's most likely for hypersonic. So, Tessa, I'm getting D21 vibes from this thing. Do you think the nose is to mitigate the sonic boom? It's most likely to channel hypersonic flow inside of the intake, which means that this is some kind of turbo ramjet or something. This thing exudes D21 energy, which is basically an SR-71 engine with wings. Yep. It's actually quite similar. So, yeah, this was a turbo ramjet. So it was a single SR-71 engine, a single J-58, with just delta wings attached to the side. So derived from the MiG. No. Supersonic reconnaissance drone. Yeah, it was basically if you took this right here and cut it and then just put this on the other side. It's half of an SR-71. It's not derived from a MiG at all. Not even close. It looks like it could trace its roots back to that. It looks very similar, which is pretty rad. The D-21 could go really fast. So fast that it broke. It went so fast it obliterated itself. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Bill. The D-21 didn't, yeah. Yeah. It reminds you of the X-30 a bit. Yeah, the D-21 went so fast it literally obliterated itself. Where was the fuel tank and how much flight time did it have? It doesn't fly for very long, but when you're going Mach 5, it doesn't really matter. You know, if you have like 100 seconds of fuel at Mach 5, you're gonna go a pretty long distance because you're just gonna coast for a little while. It doesn't fly for very long, dude. Yeah, they tried lopping him off the back of an A-12. Yeah, it didn't work. They lopped one off the back. It came back down and ripped the A-12 in half. Funny story. And then they switched to launching it off of a B-52 with a kick stage on it. Yeah. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it obliterated it. Yep. And yeah. And then they switched to this. And they fired a couple over China in the 70s. Yeah. During the third operational mission on March 4th, 1971, the D-21B flew to Lop Nor and returned and released the hatch, which deployed its parachute, but the mid-air recovery, failed and the hatch fell into the water. The destroyer that tried to retrieve the hatch ran it down and it sank. The fourth and last operational flight of the D-21B was on the 20th of March, 1971. It was lost over China on the final segment of the route over China's Yunnan province. Wreckage was found by local authorities. In 2010, after being in the junkyard of the China Aviation Museum for years, the wreckage was moved to an exhibition area. China Lake, not China. These tests were conducted over the People's Republic of China. I'm pretty sure that isn't China Lake. No, they launched him. They launched him over China. To shreds, you say? Oh, yeah. The People's Republic of China Lake, California, the United States. Spiffy, there's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that joke is inappropriate. So I'm not going to. I'm gonna rise above it. But why male models? Are you serious? I just told you that a moment. Not like this, man. Not like this. Please. Spiffy, I'm having a terrible day. How about you? Is your day good? Please tell me your day is better. I said I'm gonna rise above it, Hellfish, and I would expect you to do the same. You see, China has test targets in the desert shaped like U.S. destroyers and aircraft carriers. Sounds interesting. Oh, how come China authorized it? Authorized it? You're not familiar with 1970s United States. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. I learned that NASA is running ahead of schedule for the moon, so a great day thus far, Kappa. Okay. Right. You know what? I'm past the bat. I just gotta laugh. It's pretty funny, actually. Anyway. I mean, guys, we flew the U-2 over the Soviets, and everybody would like you to believe that the Soviets didn't know. Of course they knew. They couldn't shoot it down. And then they figured out a way to shoot it down. And then we flew the SR-71 over. Because when you can go Mach 5, when you can go faster than the missile that's chasing you, the missile that they fire doesn't matter. And then we figured out that they could probably shoot down an SR-71, so we just switched to spy satellites. And then they were like, oh, that's a good idea. And then they switched to spy satellites. Russia is allowed to fly spy planes over the USA to this day and vice versa. Yeah, hard no on that one, TJ. No, they don't need to. The U.S. and the USSR figured out in the 70s that you don't need to fly over your enemy's airspace. You can make a satellite, and they can't shoot that down. Bad idea, remember? Why do you think they signed the Outer Space Treaty, man? They signed the Outer Space Treaty because everybody figured out that you didn't want to surrender the capability of launching something into space because of Kessler syndrome. You shoot down that guy's satellites, your satellites get messed up too. Why do you think we came together for peace in the middle of the 60s, the middle of the space race? You think it was for some just cause? No. So we could spy on each other. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Also, it's a good idea that we don't, you know, lose the capability of launching into low Earth orbit. That's a good idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why is it so hard to shoot down a satellite? Chris, it's going 17,500 miles an hour. That's like 6 times the speed of a rifle bullet. So it's like hitting a bullet with another bullet. Also, it makes a debris cloud, dude. The way I like to explain it, think about World War II. There's 2 ships that are going at it. Battleship shooting at another battleship. All right? One battleship shoots, it sinks the other battleship. And then a submarine comes on and sinks the battleship that sunk that battleship, right? So you just basically got a bunch of ships wrecked all over the place. But instead of the ships sinking, they just sit there. You can't repair them. You can't touch them. Think about if every single ship that was sunk during World War II just stayed exactly in the position that it was in when it sank. Can't touch it, can't maintain it, can't drive it around, it sank. But it just stays there. How possible would it be to navigate the shipping lanes? It would be nigh impossible. The ships would be doing this the entire time, going around debris fields, right? Of all the sunken ships. That's why it's not that we can't shoot down a satellite, it's that you don't. Bad idea, because if you shoot it down, it just stays. That debris cloud doesn't sink, it just stays in orbit. See what I'm talking about? A Russian spy plane was spotted over the Midwest, but it's totally normal. Yes, really. Interesting. That's the, yeah. If it's permitted, then whatever. So we don't do it because of the space debris. Isn't there already a ton of it up there? Yeah, of course. So the solution is to make more? You don't want to do that. Because eventually it'll get so bad you won't be able to launch anything into space. Nobody will. So why we don't fight in space? Wars in space aren't fought like that. They're not fought with guns and missiles and tanks and stuff. It's different. It's more like a chess game, you know? Yeah, Zaz, right. Is it such a big problem, the debris in orbit, as the media likes to portray it? It could be. Depends. It's possible. Yeah, I mean, I don't... You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. It definitely could happen. Kessler syndrome is not some... It's not some doomsday scenario that's based off of data. It's a practical physics thing. So, Kessler syndrome is as real of a problem as, like, throwing a rock and having it come down and land. Right? That is not... It's not like, oh, well, I've been looking at the data, and the data shows that we're trending towards a doomsday scenario. No. It's not like that. Kessler syndrome, so too much space debris, is rooted in practical Newtonian mechanics. It's physics. It isn't, there's not much open for interpretation there. Because if you throw, that's like saying I'm going to throw this rock and it's going to come down, and someone being, oh, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, no, that's not how that works at all. Something like that, Tessa. Yep. Hopefully, Dead Scum. Yeah, that would be a solution. Yeah, that's something that nobody talks about. You know, if Starship goes off and it has a really easy way to get into space, and they do, in fact, lower the cost per kilogram to go to Earth orbit, that'll make spy satellite salvaging a very profitable business. And guys, we have millions of dollars worth of rare earth metals in defunct satellites up there. Oh, millions. Oh, yeah. Satellites need gold, platinum, aluminum, copper. There's, oh, dude, it's just legitimate salvage, cowboy. Actually, yeah, on-orbit recycling. God, that would be the better solution, to get those satellites and have like an orbital junkyard space station. That would be the better solution, because bringing them back down you already paid to put those resources up there. Stockpile them in low Earth orbit, take them apart, and start making factories that recycle satellites in low Earth orbit. Now we're talking. That's a good idea. Like Shipbreaker. Pretty much Blizzard, but with satellites. Yep. So you're saying we create a second moon? I don't know how you got that from what I said, but yeah, all right. I guess it's right. It's the right idea. My face hurts. That's no moon. It's too big to be a space station. Debris will drift closer to each other, creating a moon. Is this your idea or my idea? That's different. That's not the same as what I said, but I appreciated the Expanse reference. It's legitimate salvage. Hey, all right, it's the Tachi, all right? You stole it. You stole a ship from, frankly, a war grave, okay? A war grave. You imagine, Spooty, if somebody went to like the USS Arizona and pulled like a sunken lifeboat out of it and said it's legitimate salvage? What are you, crazy? No, that is not legitimate salvage, you liar. Legitimate salvage. Give me a friggin' break. The MCRN did hand him the keys. Shut up, man. Shut up. No. You're ruining my joke. I'm speaking about the 40,000 satellite constellation that SpaceX plans to launch. Is it going to be a problem? Mr. Clutch, SpaceX actually was pretty smart about this. Starlink satellites are in a decaying orbit. The Starlink satellites that are up there right now, if you shut every single one of them off right now and just said, nah, we don't want to do that anymore, the entire network would deorbit automatically by itself because of physics in a year, about, probably a little less, maybe a little more, somewhere in there. They're in decaying orbits on purpose. Yep. Could you even do anything with an old satellite that wouldn't... Wouldn't the company that owns it want it back? Yeah, how are they going to get to it? Maybe they paid you to go and get it, Goalie. Yeah, it came in through that. Pretty clever, that Musket. Why they do not communicate that so... Why do they not communicate that so clearly? I don't know, JQ. Because people like a story, dude? I don't know. So how are the Starlink satellites staying up? You guys really want to know? Electric propulsion. Solar electric propulsion. Here, I'll show you. It's called SEP. This is not a 3D render. That's not graphics. That's a Hall effect thruster. Starlink satellites have krypton ionic, Hall effect, not solar electric. It's just electric propulsion. It's just EP. But they do get the electricity from a solar panel, so it is solar electric propulsion to an extent. Basically, they have a rocket engine or something that looks like this, and they pump an inert gas into the combustion chamber, and then they arc electricity through it, and the arced electricity ionizes the gas, and that causes thrust. Not a lot. A desk fan or one of the fans in your computer probably has like 600 or 700 times the thrust that one of these things have. So they're not very powerful thrusters, but they're thrusters that are just enough to keep those things up in space. Yep. They're not using xenon, they're using krypton. Extremely high specific impulse. We're talking like 3 to 4,000 second specific impulse. They are the most efficient form of propulsion that we have in space. The problem is that a fan on your computer makes more thrust. But then again, in space, if you're just trying to stay in one type of orbit, delta V is the name of the game there. How long can you keep it going like that? Not necessarily thrust to weight. So they're weak RCS, but in one direction. No, it has RCS krypton thrusters. That's the RCS on the satellites, Primer. How long do they last? 5 years. They last about 5 years, Tiz. Why do you think SpaceX is trying to get routine access into space? Well, first and foremost, space is trying to build Starship, routine, reusable access into space, because Elon is hell-bent on making life multiplanetary, right? That's the whole point. But this gives him a means to do that. Oh, I got to make a fully reusable spacecraft. We got to subsidize development of a fully reusable ship because I have to maintain this satellite network, because those satellites only last 5 years. And then the thruster will run out of power, it'll run out of gas, and it'll deorbit. So I gotta have a quick and easy way to get into space so I can maintain this network. This is why Elon, if Starlink works, Elon will be the richest man in the world by a long shot. It won't even be close. No, it is gas, Semi. Yeah, it's krypton gas. They use compressed gas in those Hall effect thrusters. Yep. Yeah, it is gas. Not gasoline, like liquid solid gas, you know? Do they use microwaves or infrared? For what, Leop? It's a Hall effect. Yeah, Coltec, it is really cool. I agree. So eventually Starlink's have to run out of gas. How long do they run out of fuel? Yeah, Chris, like I said, about 5 years. So, you know, a lot of people say, oh, I don't see, why are they trying to build, you know, another space shuttle? Why are they trying to build Starship? There's no market for it. This is what I mean about having a can-do attitude. I'm going to build this rocket. Well, there's no market for it. I'll make the market for it. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's how you go about solving problems in space. Fine. There's no market for it? I'll make the market for it. Screw it. How are we going to do that? Internet satellite constellation. And put them in a decaying orbit so we can mitigate Kessler syndrome. And now they need to be maintained. Now you made a link of sustainability in space. You made something that's in commercial low Earth orbit entity that requires maintenance, that requires a means to get into space to maintain the satellite network. Just like any other piece of infrastructure. It's friggin' brilliant, man. It's friggin' brilliant. That's really smart. There wasn't a market for the internet when it was first invented. The market made itself. Indeed. And to paraphrase, quoting Elon on internet constellations, every time someone's tried it, it's failed. And people keep hating on him. People can hate on him, Clutch. I don't care. I don't care what people say. Whatever. Some of it's probably legitimate for all I know, dude. I don't know. Dude, like, I will say this. If Starlink... and I've been saying this for years, man. If Starlink captures 1%, like even a 0.5% of global telecommunication, like, you know, like ISPs like Verizon and, you know, AT&T and whatnot in the United States, and, you know, Rogers if you're in Canada or whatever, they have a good chunk of the market for telecommunications, right? For global telecommunications. If Starlink gets 0.5% of that business, a market that otherwise would not have been there because the ISPs don't want to pay to run the internet out there anyway. If you live in the sticks, you know all about this. It's not profitable to run an internet connection out there because all the people that are going to use that internet connection don't amount to the amount of money it costs to run the infrastructure out there. So if you live in the sticks, you're screwed, right? Starlink puts those people on an even playing field. They give people access to the internet and puts them on an even playing field with anybody in the city, right? Because you have a good internet connection. Satellites are everywhere. So the idea, if you capture the market in those underserviced areas, like even 0.5% of global telecommunications, Elon becomes the first trillionaire. And that's not like trillion dollars in assets. That's like you have trillions of dollars in your bank account. That's an exaggeration, but you get the idea. That would be enough to fund Starship and then some. That would be enough to fund Starship and SLS. On both of them on a reasonable time frame. If he nails that, and before people say like, yeah, you didn't maybe do that. Well, Morgan Stanley evaluated Starlink at like $800 billion value or something. So yeah, your boy's market projections weren't that far off. Does Starlink offer better upstream than the traditional satellite internet by virtue of being in low Earth orbit? Correct. It's literally closer. Starlink satellites are 270 miles that way. That's it. Regular internet satellite are kind of run-of-the-mill, 23,000 miles that way. The kilometers for that is 400 kilometers in low Earth orbit and about 38,000 kilometers that way. That's right, Clutch. Oh, jetpack, that sucks, man. Yeah, .com. And you know what? It kills me to think like that. But dude, what are you doing? You know what, .com? I'd like to hear what Elon thinks about that. He probably won't say anything because NASA's the HLS contract. He probably won't say nothing. But I have a sneaking feeling, and you know what? I probably shouldn't speak for him. But yeah, he probably twitched a little bit. And went, okay. Distance doesn't so much matter, but the number available for the bandwidth. Well, yeah, I mean, Starlink solves both of those problems. Distance and bandwidth, Rocket Guy, but yeah. Mm-hmm. That's correct, Spooty. Yep, mm-hmm. You got it, buddy. I think just as a cover for emergency or natural catastrophes or war satellites, internet has a reason for its existence. JQ, the modern infrastructure for the internet was a Cold War innovation. The internet, in its as we know it currently, evolved from the DARPANet. Basically, during the Cold War, the U.S. was worried about being able to maintain communications in the event of a nuclear strike. So, like, if there's a nuclear exchange between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, you have missile bases that are in Montana, you have missile bases that are in Texas, you have missile bases that are in Washington, you have missile bases that are in Florida, right? They need to all be interconnected. If you take out one, the other, you know, and you have the links only going through one hub, right? If you take out the hub, you cut the head off the snake. So what the Advanced Research Projects Agency came up with is using the phone lines to link everything together to create a worldwide web. Well, not a worldwide web. To create a wide web of interconnected computers that were controlling all the missiles. So if one gets taken out, it bridges the gap. In terms of who invented the internet, it's Turing. Turing is British. Alan Turing is the guy that came up with the idea for it. But the U.S. Department of Defense took that to the next level. Nuclear war is bad for my area. Yeah. Give him a hand. He's British. Turing is very smart, Blizzard. Very smart man. It's a series of tubes. It's like a big truck, okay? My house would be gone. Yeah, goalies, yeah. And mine wouldn't. They decentralized the retaliatory efforts. Yeah, exactly, JZ. You got it, man. Or JQZ. Yeah, you got it, buddy. That was the idea. And then that found its way into the civilian market, and here we are. Hey, Flecken, what's going on? Well, the UK government did to Turing was despicable. Yeah, Tessa, I'm pretty much, you could just, throughout the course of the last, like, maybe 500 years, you can say what the UK government did to blank was despicable, and there's a wide array of options to put in that query. You bought it before no one wants to touch it. Oh, okay. Yeah, where do they make the guns again, goalie? Oh, here. Yeah, nope. Okay. Where do they make the guns again? Dude, in a nuclear exchange, I get wiped off the map, man. There's no question. Like, I don't even bother trying to hide. You're just gonna die tired. Yeah, of course, for sure. It's more of a joke, but yeah, you ain't wrong. Yeah, it's ours. Yeah, the same can be said for pretty much every country. What they did do to Turing was terrible, though. He decided, he played for the other team, basically, right? And they're like, no, you can't do that. And yeah, dude, it's messed up. If you want to read about it, yeah. I get to live with the fallout. Yeah, I don't envy you, Mac. Last, to answer your question, how are you? Doing all right. There's not much anymore. Just got a huge red spot on your wrist. Wasn't even decided it was loose. You got a huge red spot. Yeah, Flecken, that's called a callus. That happens. If you have something rubbing on your skin all day, it's going to callus up. That happens. That's why your fingertips are rough. No, it's like a rash. Okay, don't believe me. That's fine. Yeah, sure, I guess. Yeah, Tessa, you're done. I'm done. Goalie, you're done too. The only people that are going to survive are the people that are out in the sticks. Coltec, you're toast. Literally. Well, you're toast already because warm, but... I saw an article today that France is starting up a new production on a nuclear reactor. That's cool, Grand Champ. Good. France is one of the only superpowers around where the majority of its electrical power comes from nuclear. Seriously. It's something like 70 or 80% of France's electrical grid is nuclear power, which is cool. I admire them for that. Reverend, my name wasn't mentioned. When's KSP time? I don't know. I can look out of the window and see the remains of an early Cold War radar site. Yeah, well, there you go. Well, up there, yeah, sure. Yeah, pretty much, Buck. Most of us are pretty done. I mean, it's just kind of the reality of that situation. I'm good in Kansas. Yeah, maybe access. 70.6. There you go. Yeah. Dude, quick question. Oh, what's up, Fred? How you doing? What's on your mind, man? How you doing, dude? You doing better today? Did you burn your rocket again today or what, bro? Yeah, floating. Well, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, but they'll be dead soon. Tessa freaking kangaroos. Yeah, I know, TJ. I've seen pictures of it. It's cool. All the condensers that they use to keep everything cool out in the middle of the desert is frankly a feat of engineering. It's pretty rad. Fred, your question is, how are you not some kind of professor somewhere yet? You remind me of many that I have before, just in your delivery and thought process. Oh, I don't know. Probably because I don't look good on paper. But I don't let that stop me. I like what I like, and I know a lot about it. I'm pretty confident in my abilities. But the funny thing is about commentary about spaceflight is that you got to be confident enough to be able to assert what you're talking about, but you also have to keep in mind in the back of your head that you know nothing. Yeah, it's a weird kind of dichotomy there, isn't it? Dead scum. I appreciate the provocation. You don't look good off paper either. Thanks. What's your office PC setup like? I have a main computer that I play games on, or just sit here and talk to, and then I have my streaming computer on the sides. I have two computers. This computer's visual output in the center screen right here, is being piped into a capture card for my other computer, which is the streaming rig that has OBS on it. I won't show the other computer. Yeah, Orion. Neil deGrasse Tyson basically touched base on that. That's where it's from. That's where that quote is from. He's right. That's absolutely correct. Because being knowledgeable about a subject is a fine line between being confident enough that you assert that confident enough to assert that you understand the subject matter, but also confident enough in your abilities to be comfortable when you to be okay with it when you realize that you generally know nothing. Yeah, it's a weird kind of give and take. I have 3 27-inch monitors, Chris, on a monitor stand. The center one goes to one computer, the 2 outer ones go to another. And then I use Synergy to control one computer, 2 computers with one keyboard and mouse. U.S. defense technology is so cool. The answer to technological infeasibility is nearly infinite funding. Yep. His other computer's just cat pictures, the whole drive. If by cat pictures you mean shuttle pictures, then yes. Thanks, man. No problem, Chris. You got to be critically aware of your boundaries of knowledge. Entropy, I'm pretty damn confident in knowing the subject matter. I'm pretty confident in my abilities. But on the other hand, I sometimes, not sometimes, I have to acknowledge that I'm not an engineer. You know what I mean? I have to keep that in the back of my head for multiple reasons. One, I'm not an engineer. I haven't gone to school for that. And unfortunately, you can't just wish to be an engineer. That's not how that works. That's one of the things where you need that piece of paper to say that you did it. And I understand that, and I acknowledge that. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yep, I ask your age. I'm 33, Fred. But, I'm confident in my abilities, but I have to acknowledge the fact that, I ain't an engineer, man. It'd be nice to go and grab that, yeah. Trust me, it sucks. Nice. Yeah, TJ. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's come right. As an actual engineer, you have the cooler job. Yeah, Orion, I bet you get paid more than I do, though. So who really won here? No. To be an engineer, you really need the stamp. You need the stamp. Paper don't mean much. Indeed, Zeppelin. Yeah. Indeed. I'm confident that I could go learn it. If we really wanted to get into the numbers and stuff, I could go learn it. Unless it's required by law, many companies don't care about a piece of paper you hang on the wall. It's about what you can do. Elon says that a lot, Rocket. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's always an engineer's fault somehow. Yeah. Yeah. Go do it on the side. Yep. I'd much rather pick up a trade, Clutch. Go get a welding. Go get a degree doing a trade. Like get a welding certification or something, you know? What's for after hours? I don't know, Flykin. There was some terrible news about NASA today, and I'm just... It put me into a little bit of a funk, dude. What happened? Oh, here, I don't really want to talk about it. I'll just show you the, Let Denny Rojas get you out of that for football is life. Yeah, right. I'm not flying. I am not having a good day. I freaked the frick out right before space news. I was like yelling. It's not good, man. I can't do that on stream, but God, this hurts. It hurts so much. Better delayed than rushed. Yeah. The space shuttle was delayed. Yeah, way behind schedule. They kept kicking the can down the road, Chris. How did that end? Did you see this? Yeah, the Hermes Lundbrod. That thing is cool. I did mechanical engineering at university and self-taught myself how to program. Now working on back-end systems as a software engineer. People hiring programmers really don't care if you have a degree or not. Yep. Yeah, but unfortunately for engineering and aerospace engineering, you need that degree. It really looks good. That's the reason why I ain't some kind of professor, Fred, because I don't, on paper, I look like a failed computer animation student. You know, what am I going to do, you know, in a job? Like, if I apply for, well, I mean, SpaceX is the exception to this, but, you know, actually, no, there are other companies I know of that would, I don't know, it would be nice if they'd pick me up, but I don't know, what would I do? What would I do? Teach people about rocket? Like, I don't know, like, what do I do? Well, they got the shuttle flying. Yeah, I just feel bad with the dude. Yeah. You could be a PR person. We still have so many other things to look forward to, like James Webb. Oh, of course, Mind Drive. Yeah. It's not. Trust me, Mind Drive. Yeah, we there's plenty of other things to look forward to. We're still good, like, but also at the same time, this is a nightmare. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like this is good news. It's not good news. How good are you at managing people? Very good, Entropy. I manage you guys all day. I never have and probably will never hire somebody for work without a degree. Stay in school, kids. See what I mean? Yeah, HE, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Impy, what pisses me off is that they cited the same exact stuff that they cited right before they canceled Constellation as the reason why we're not further in space than we are. Literally said the same thing. It's not enough money. You know, 10 years ago it was, oh, we don't have enough money. It's underfunded. It's not performing well. We have to re-baseline the cost analysis. You know, there's the global recession, blah, blah. They just basically made a bunch of excuses and then axed Constellation. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think that that's going to happen with Artemis. I really don't. The Artemis program ain't going anywhere. But, you know, it's just such, so you're going to launch Artemis 1 in 2022 and then Artemis 2 in 2024, 2 years later. And then Artemis 3 maybe in 2025. These missions are so ridiculously far apart. Like, yeah, Miff, it's kicking the can down the road. Like, Parker Solar? No, it didn't smash into the sun. It has a heat shield. It's designed to do close flybys of the sun. It's still flying around. It's gravisyncing. It's transiting to the sun right now. A plan violently executed today is better than a perfect plan next week. Correct. And like a rocket guy, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. They got a really good plan set up, but once again, it's just kicking the can down the road. I guarantee you guys that we ain't getting anywhere near the moon in 2024. I'll tell you that right now. If we do, it's going to be by the end of 2024. And then, after that, landing on the moon, they say net 2025. That means 2026. It sucks. It sucks. I don't know. I'd have to do a lot more reading about what's going on here. I kind of detoxed from Rule 8 stuff. Since like February or something. I can't go near the television. It just makes me upset. No matter what I see, you know, like I just don't want to put myself through that every day. I'd rather just stick to space. The only time I'll ever have an inquiry into Rule 8 stuff is when stuff about NASA comes up. Like, I'll be honest, I read 700 pages into the infrastructure bill to figure out what was going on with NASA. NASA got $750 million in the infrastructure bill. Hey, that's almost $1 billion bucks. That's cool. To refurbish the facilities and stuff. Now that's money that you can use to keep the lights on in the VAB, so you can focus on building better SLSs and stuff. Like, that's cool. It's not a bad thing. Yeah, I try to just, I don't want to just. Why take 2 years to stack a rocket? I thought they have the second SLS parts ready, or am I wrong? It's not about whether they can stack the next rocket, DJ. They could have Artemis II stacked by before Artemis I comes back from the moon. That's just not how they're testing. They're doing waterfall testing. They're not doing rapid iterative because they don't have the money to do this. Yeah, fellas, I really get pissed off when people that run NASA say we don't have the money to do this. This is too expensive. What's too expensive? The rocket that you haven't flown? How do you know it's too expensive? You haven't even flown it yet. Oh, it's too expensive. This capsule that we made is too expensive. We got to re-baseline the cost. How do you know? You've launched a piece of it once. You launched a piece of it once 7 years ago. Like, yeah, anyway, it's private sector is going to be the savior. Yeah, Chris, see, that's the thing, man. Is it? Chris, I have people can call me a doomer on this one. That's fine. Do you think, honestly, that Uncle Sam is going to allow a corporation, SpaceX, to be the only one that has access to the lunar surface? Do we think that? There's not a chance in hell that that's happening. Yeah, chum, I'm with you on that one, man. There's no way. There's no way. They're not gonna let SpaceX go to the moon without him. That'd be an embarrassment. There's no way. How would they be able to justify all the money that they've spent on this lunar program, right? There's no way. Oh, Jesus, I'm starting to sound like Eric Berger. That's not good. Ugh. But here we are. I mean, is he, at this point, is he wrong? My thing was that he was saying this about SLS while they were trying to fix the stupid thing. Jim was at least trying to execute somewhat of a lunar program and try to get it done on a timely schedule. And I always hated how he hated on SLS for that. He's trying to fix it. No, it's not worth it. He's trying to fix the damn thing. No, he's not. Yeah, okay. But, I mean, I guess the same argument could be made here. They're trying to fix it, but they keep trying to fix it. Like, you gotta just, you're always preparing. What are you always preparing? Just go. Just go. Just picture, you know, SpaceX going on the moon. Found anything yet? Not a thing, sir. I don't know, man. I don't know. No KSP today. Lion, I'm sorry. I just don't really feel like playing Kerbal today, man. This news is just... Come on, stop trying to fix it and fix it. Yeah, we ain't found nothing. Yeah, right? Really, though? I mean, SpaceX is our only domestic ride to the ISS. It might not be ideal, but that doesn't mean that NASA won't let themselves get into the situation again with the moon. NASA has oversight into that entropy. They have oversight into Dragon because of the commercial crew program, because it's a NASA contract. Just got here. What happened? NASA rescinded their 2024 lunar landing deadline. And they said, we'll get it done sometime in 2025. T-Money, yeah. It's basically a nightmare scenario. Smash some cars and beam. Breaking stuff doesn't help me miff when I'm doing stuff like that, so I don't know. Yeah, I know, Bob. It's a harsh truth, man. Yeah, they said net 2025, those pieces of shit. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Nope, I'm pissed. Sorry, I'm still pissed. I'm still mad. An actual study does show that breaking stuff is therapeutic. Building is